Hey, what's up, everyone? This is the Skies of Icarus campaign. I'd like to give a shout out to Sirenscape for providing all the audio for this campaign. It is licensed and the best thing ever whenever you want to do any kind of audio in a campaign, whether it be online or in person. Thanks.
All right, we're all in Fantasy Grounds.
Woo! Sorry, that's the first time I've seen.
And
Sorry,
me
it's the
too.
first time I've used it. When last we left our intrepid band of mercenary pirates, you had been investigating a ship infested with plague in search of the rumor that there was an engineer on board that may have still been alive that could help you manage Magitech engines in the future. You took your skiff out onto the ship, and upon boarding it, you were immediately surrounded by these undead, pustule infected zombies that swarmed the party, infecting many party members. And while you were fighting them, at the captain's cabin to the stern of the ship, a strange robotic man walked out, wielding an odd double bladed scimitar of some sort as he carved through the undead masses, making his way towards you. When you eliminated the zombie threat, he introduced himself as Johnny, and you discovered through talking to him that he was actually the engineer that you were searching for. The party originally decided they wanted to abandon the ship, let the plague consider to infester, and not deal with the problem and just run away because they all got what they came for. But Johnny was missing his tools, a specialized set of tools that he can actually integrate into his very robotic arm, and they were downstairs in the hold below. So you guys headed out into the captain's cabin and rested up, cured each other of the plague, and made sure that you were safe to go in the future so that you can continue kind of going deeper into this ship. You opened up the hatch down into the crew quarters and saw a huge array of infected zombies meandering around down below. Jahanan, with the clever use of a shatter spell, blew the ladder apart, preventing the ability for the zombies to get to you, and you picked them off like shooting fish in a barrel. Only these fish were plague infected and liked to eat human flesh. Making your way downstairs, you kind of rummaged through to the south towards the first mate and second mate's cabin. Upon entering the doors, you were greeted by the screeches of unholy ghouls as Korg and Johnny quickly spread out, rushing to either side, setting up a barrier to distract them, and the party slowly whittled them down as they scratched and clawed at the metal shell and the hard carapace of the turtle, unable to bring them down low, and you were able to finally slay them. The party then decided to take a quick short rest, recuperating within the cabin as they prepared to head down to the cargo hold below where we pick up. So they decided to take a short rest for Jahanan and Belina while chilling out here. So I already did the short rest stuff. You guys weren't damaged at all, so you guys don't have to spend hit die or anything, but you should see any of your short rest abilities should have refreshed on your character sheets if you've used any.
Um, so Johnny, you said you need your tools. Are they in this room or are they somewhere else?
Lower, unfortunately.
So we have to go down another set of stairs.
Yeah, and if we wanted to, we could check the aft side of the ship because we have not looked there yet either. But I mean, my
Okay.
tools aren't there, but there might be something that needs cleansing.
Okay.
Okay. Then do you want me to take the front, or do you want to be in the front, or how would you like to go for?
You go ahead. I will support you.
Okay.
The aft is actually at the back of the ship because I messed up. You check the fore of the ship.
That one then.
We're in the Air Force. You have to forgive me for fucking up. We're not
Let's
Navy.
go to the nose of the ship.
Also, the bow of the ship.
We don't call it that. It's a nose cone.
Okay. Okay, these doors here. Is everybody ready to go into these doors? Oops.
Ready as ever.
Let's.
I'm cleaning my keyboard. Never mind all those extra buttons in the chat.
100.
Look, this is my wife's laptop that she uses for school. It's got fingerprints and shit. Okay. Oh well, Jesus. But anyway, I'm gonna open the door.
As you open the door, you see a single solitary zombie standing before you, and it begins to lurch forward. And
Look
you
out,
guys just
they
fucking kill it
explode.
because we're not going to run through a whole combat for this one zombie that you guys left behind from earlier.
Oh.
Aw.
Inside,
Okay.
you see a somewhat well-stocked kitchen area, which I didn't have map assets for. There's a pot where they make stew, a small stove set up against the side so they can do some various cooking, barrels of fresh water, old, now kind of rotting fish kind of stored in some of them, stale bread, some fruits here and there. They're starting to look a little aged. Hardtack, various ship rations, some cooking supplies, pots, pans, the various sundries in order to keep the crew well stocked. Some barrels of rum stacked up in the corner, still untapped.
I'm definitely uncorking it and taking some. Which
Okay,
corner?
you tap the keg, and what are you putting the rum in?
My mouth. Who needs a cup? Just drink it.
How much rum would you say you are imbibing?
I would say a solid good 2 shots. Maybe 3.
Make a Constitution saving throw. You chug down 2-3 drops or shots of rum, imbibe them, and you feel fine. You're just like, yeah, that's quality rum. Like, it's well spiced. There's hints of vanilla that you can just taste in the undernotes of the rum, which gives it like a nice kind of sweet flavor. But there's like a hint of spiciness as it kind of burns down the throat.
Hint of plague.
How many of these
No
kegs
plague.
were there? And how much do they weigh?
Ooh, I have a flask or tanker. I'm feeling it.
We need some for the after party.
Are 3 kegs of rum set up there. It's about like a half barrel keg. You figure each one probably holds close to about 60 liters of rum. It weighs 160 pounds for each keg.
We can carry this off the ship after. Or sorry. Let us finish the cleaning of the ship, and then when we go and get ready to leave, we can maybe take this with us back for the resting period after we're done.
Okay. I mean, if we need something to set the, well, we don't want to do that.
I'm gonna tip it up so, just in case it's like still trying to drain or something. You know, I don't want like the tap to be just empty flowing onto the ground.
Oh yeah, a bunch of beers or a bunch of rum's been kind of flowing out from this keg. So you know, this one doesn't quite weigh 160 pounds. It's closer to like maybe 150 pounds, as it's just been pouring rum out into the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna tip it up now so it stops.
Okay, we'll come back.
What about the stew? Does it look like a potential sign of suspicion because of, you know, the plague?
Make an investigation check. You kind of look into the stew. It's kind of old and congealed. It's kind of like old, like fish chunks. It doesn't smell very good. Based upon what you've seen, like the kind of like the mucousy, like plague oozing out of the various dead bodies and zombies, you don't sense any trace of that within this stew. It just looks like old. It's probably been there for maybe a week now. Just sort of natural rot, not plague rot.
Okay.
Are you going to eat that?
No.
Are there dry rations in here?
There are.
I'd like to pick it up for the party.
So if you were to search around, you could easily find about 30 days worth of rations. The ship was running a little low on supplies, which is one reason they were coming in to dock to refresh.
Sweet. Hey guys, I found 30 days worth of supplies.
Do we want to clear out the rest of the ship now? Like down these stairs over?
Oh,
So
sure.
Darkstorm, you can't carry 30 days worth of rations. You might have to give like 5 or so
I
days
can
worth
I can
to
help
someone
carry
else.
some if you need me to for you.
Same.
I got rations, so if y'all want it, take some.
As you start kind of shoving them into your backpack, you find you can't pick the backpack up.
I'll take 10 off you for you. I'll take 10
Too
off.
heavy.
All right, I took 10 from you. That's a lot of freaking weight. That's like 20 pounds.
Yeah.
I've got 21 days of rations on me now.
At least
Alright,
we won't
and now
die.
you can pick up your backpack, Darkstorm, and you're okay. You feel like you're getting close to your carry limit, though, of what you could feasibly take in the future. Like, you might have 15 pounds to play with.
Getting a little heavy.
All right, let's continue downstairs and finish this.
Yes. Maybe I don't know if breaking the ladder is a good idea this time because we don't have anything to tie a rope to down here.
That's probably very true.
Alright, so you guys open up the hatch, right?
Yep, I'm
You
opening.
see a ladder descending to the deck below. An eerie green light seems to emanate coming from the bow of the ship. It's kind of a steady glow, just the faint traces of it slowly kind of illuminate where you're at towards the aft of the ship, the stern side. It's dark, and no light seems to come from there. As you peer down below, you don't see any movement or any sort of like last time with the 40 gajillion zombies.
Alright.
I guess I'll.
Second verse, same as the first. I'm gonna cast light on the ladder.
It illuminates down below, and you guys see kind of the gist of this ship here. And what you'll see, the ladder is about here. And you can see various crates and sundry goods stacked up. It looks like this may have been a type of cargo hold. There's a small hallway that kind of heads down into the stern of the ship, which, Johnny, you know that is where the brig is, where you guys would store various prisoners, people that were awaiting anything going on. And at the time of docking, Johnny, you know that there were 3 people that were currently confined to the brig.
Okay, so
During the early stages of the plague, before you guys knew what was going on, they had started kind of behaving oddly and kind of lashing out at some of the other crew members, and they had been confined there for the safety of the crew.
all right, so there's at least 3 people that we had in the hold down here originally. Can we see down here at all, or we're still up?
I'm gonna go down there if movement allows.
You guys are
stuff.
still upstairs.
Okay, so there's at least a handful of people down here, and we still haven't seen the captain yet. So be careful.
I'm going down.
Alright, sorry, I was getting a bottle of water. Korg is going down.
Yeah.
I'll
Yep.
follow.
Is he yelling timber?
No, I'm not.
Is anyone else going down with Korg?
I'm going.
I'm going.
I'll go
I'm
eventually.
going, just not in the first.
Eventually.
Eventually.
So right now it's just Johnny, Korg, and Darkstorm down below.
That's not fair. We'll take a look around, see if we see it. Do I see any infested zombies that we haven't killed or need to kill?
So from where you're standing, you don't make a perception check.
That's one of my strengths. There it is. All the strength.
You're nearsighted.
Everything appears nothing out of the ordinary. Seems normal. You do notice that the brig doors are open, but other than that, you don't notice anything else.
Hey, man of metal, the doors are open back here. So if there were any of zombies down here, they probably are gone. Looks like it's all clear. There are no zombies at all. At least that's what I see.
Well, I mean, we could check in the doors and see if they're like around the corners, maybe.
Or we could stand here and make noise and make them come to us.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Okay, well then we'll whisper.
And I say that, or you could close the doors.
That's a
I
good
like-
idea
Make a
too.
perception check, Johnny, and Darkstorm. Darkstorm, as they're talking and trying to figure out what to do, you hear this like scratching sound, almost like claws on wood, kind of slowly, kind of digging away. And as you just kind of pick this up, it's coming from both sides down below, just at the edge of your perception and hearing. But as they're talking, it suddenly stops.
Guys, stop talking. There's scratching noises coming from both rooms, I whisper.
Then, Johnny, let's quickly go and close the doors. Did I get there in time?
Roll initiative.
I did not get there in time.
Oh.
As you rush forward to close the doors, you see three like horrendous looking, like disgusting creatures. They're not zombies, but they have slavering mouths. They're very similar to the ghouls that you fought upstairs, but they reek far more. Like you can kind of smell now that you're near the door, like this sort of stench coming off of them and just wafting towards you. And they appear a little nastier than the other guys. And we will enter some combat music. As Darkstorm, you will go first.
Sweet. I'm going to dash into the right room and attack this guy.
I'm gonna do something real quick that may like mess up the map for a second,
Don't
and if it does, I'll fix it. The token scale was messed up, so we couldn't read the names of the people and stuff. Okay, that's much better.
Okay. Is the one with 2, is the door open or closed?
The doors are open, both sides.
Alright, I take back what I was doing. It's right there. I'm gonna close the one with 2. Is that possible, or is it Johnny in the way?
You can rush forward and close the door and then rush back out. You are a thief. So you can use your cunning action to use an object, and we can count this as like if you want to try to close it and maybe like lock it real fast with your thief's tools or something, you can use that as a cunning action and just roll a thief's tools check against it.
Perfect. Then I dash forward with my cat reflexes, and I pounce on that door, and I'm gonna use my tools to attempt to lock it. These tools.
For people like me who have the little bonus here, can I give my inspiration to her to give her advantage, or is that...
You can.
Okay, I definitely want to do that. I don't want to have to fight too much as if you don't have to. So she has my advantage.
You have advantage, so go ahead and roll one more time. So you dash in real quick, whipping out your thief's tools, and as you slam the door shut in front of Johnny, you just instinctively you grab 2 quick picks, slam it in there, and twist almost faster than Johnny's eyes can follow. And you hear this subtle clicking sound as then you step back.
I'm good. End my turn.
Well, you still, if you want to go, that was just your bonus action. So if you still want to go try to attack that one ghast as your action, you could still do that.
Can I ready an action? I don't know how hard this thing hits.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ready an action.
What are you going to ready? You have to have a say what you're going to do in response to what specific trigger. Like, if X, then Y.
If it walks next to Korg or next to me, I will stab it with my rapier.
You won't be able to stab it from where you're standing at because you won't be able to get through the door to it.
I don't know.
Alright,
End
well,
my turn. Yeah, and
Okay,
next
yeah.
person.
Belina,
All right.
you don't really know what's going on necessarily because they didn't tell you.
Right. But I'm gonna go ahead and head downstairs with my movement. All right.
You head downstairs, you see Korg, Johnny, and Darkstorm down in the southern hallway. They have weapons out. Something looks to be going on down there.
Okay. I will. How much movement did it take me to get downstairs?
15 feet of movement to get down.
Okay, so I have 20 feet left.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15. Let's see where the block is. I was here. 5, 10. Yeah, right around here. Okay. 20. Movement, and then I will. Can I see this gas thing from there? Can I see through the door?
Yeah, because they're like it's like bars, so you can like
Yeah.
kind of see through and stuff like that.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and use Vicious Mocker. So let me target it. That's control click. Okay.
Yep.
Right, and then cat fails damage 2 points.
And then apply the effect to it as well.
Effect.
Yeah, there should be an effect button that
Oh,
says like dis attack or whatever.
Oh, effect. Sweet. Yep. That's the one. Got it. No problem. So that was my action and movement, and I'm not going to bonus action this turn, so I'll end my turn. It's like,
Johnny,
no wonder they locked you up. You're ugly as sin.
I have
that seems to get through, and it hurts him emotionally, even in his undead form. He looks at himself, and like you see a little tear, but it's like this weird black, like bloody tear that traces down his cheek.
Oh. So I give Darkstorm like a, respectful head nod for the quick thinking on the lock, and then I'm gonna go and stab the other. I have to remember. Wait, I have advantage for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why it rolled with advantage, but
I don't either.
either one would have hit though, so just roll. You didn't click the advantage button or anything like that?
No, I just clicked the attack.
You might have the same glitch that I did if you're rolling from your
From the
bar at the bottom. Auto does advantage. That's what mine's doing.
I'll reroll.
Something like that.
Well, either one was a hit, so just roll damage and you're fine.
Damn it!
Yes, it did it again.
Even the other thing. All right, whatever.
You have,
I'm trying to see if I have something clicked or something on me. I don't know why I have auto advantage right now. Was it that Vic? No.
no, because that
This
gives
is not
it
gonna get
disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Yeah, no. I wish I could give you. Well, I mean, I could cast Fairy Fire, but on one target, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna hit him then, I guess.
You swing your rapier, slashing in to the gas skin, kind of cutting across it. This black ichor kind of oozes out from it as it lets forth a shriek similar to your first mate up above.
Uh-oh. I will attack it again. My bonus action.
You try clicking both from your straight from your character sheet and from the bottom bar.
Yeah, this time I'm
And
gonna
they're-
grab a die and roll it in the box and see if it does a different. Still with
Because
advantage.
it's not rolling with advantage, because then that would it wouldn't roll twice. It's rolling at like 2 attacks. Because advantage, it would show you like a green die there. But for some reason, it's just rolling twice. I don't know why.
I don't know what to do. I mean, until we fix this, I could just take the. No, I don't know. Do you want me to just roll normal, like my die just up here? Oh no, I don't.
No,
think I
just take the first one for each time, and I'll look into what's going on.
have- Okay, so hit him then. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that was a hit. You cut into the gas flesh again, slowly spinning scimitar blades of death tearing into it. It starts to ooze from the various cuts and slashes that you placed against it.
Am I supposed to be taking equal? Oh, you know what's happening here? Am I targeting myself and this thing at the same time?
Yes, and that's why you're rolling twice. You're making one attack against yourself and one attack against him.
I was like, why am I taking damage? Alright, I'm gonna click this again just to see what it does. Hey, there we go. Alright, I fixed it. Sorry about that guy.
I healed you back up.
Thank you.
We should have figured that out, just like somebody casting like mirror image when it's your favorite spell. Like it literally says, oh, dealing damage to Johnny. Oh, rolling a attack against John.
Well, I was about to ask you why it's doing the exact same amount of damage to me as I'm doing to it, and then I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's still early morning for me and Dane, so
Hey, you're all good.
is that your turn?
Yes, I'm done.
This gas rushes up against the bars and it shoots its arms out, trying to like claw and flail, trying to reach towards Korg, but it just can't get there, and it begins slamming in to the door, trying to like slam it open. The door kind of shudders in on its hinges, and then it sort of cracks just a bit and looks like it's not going to hold much longer. The gasped before Johnny lets out a wail. And then it attempts to claw you. My double clicking's not working. But it's still distracted by the mocking of it earlier when Belina called it ugly. And at the last moment, when it looks like it's going to pierce its claw right between your robotic eye sockets, it kind of like, it just kind of gets off course, and the claws trace slowly just in front of your cheeks, unable to find purchase to get you. This other gas kind of rushes forward, slavering at the bars. It can't get in to try to break open the door, though. You guys kind of hear this low groaning noise coming from behind you. And those of you upstairs, if you're still looking down below, you start to see a zombie making its way down towards where Belina ran off to. Johannan.
Sorry, I forgot I was on push to talk. I'm trying to double check to see if he's in range. Do I have an angle to do acid splash on him from where I am up top? If the range is 60 feet, I'm wondering if there's an angle that I can use or not.
Yeah, give me a sec. I gotta reopen that map.
Not a problem, because if I can position myself to get a decent angle, I will. But I really don't want to go down there all by myself.
If you loop around to the other side, like to over here, you could get an angle on it.
Alright, that's what I'm gonna do then. Give me just a minute. Genius me, I have that map closed too.
Sorry, I clicked a odd music button there. That's for later. You know what? You can't target across maps, so
Oh, well, then that
We'll just
explains
know that
why it's
you're-
not working.
yeah, we'll just know that you're upstairs, and I'll put you here.
That works.
You have the upstairs effect applied to you.
I like it. Now remind me how to target, because my brain's not.
Control click on the one you're trying to target.
Control. Yeah, that would work. Thank you.
So you attempt to splash acid against the plague zombie, and as the glob kind of hurls out, it stumbles slightly forward and it hurls over its head, splashing into the deck beyond it.
Okay.
That's
Well,
your turn?
I tried. That's my turn.
Drazar.
I'm gonna come around to the same area as Johannan. Yep. About that. Yeah, that's good. And then, can I also see Plague Zombie 4?
Yeah. But it'll have a... From that angle, it might have half cover, we'll say. If you go to the other side of Johannan, you'll have a clearer view.
Okay. Still half cover or what? No?
It won't have half cover from there.
Okay. I'm gonna throw a Ray of Frost at it.
You hit.
And that's what I'll do for now.
You didn't roll your damage.
I did. Oh,
No,
I
you rolled
ta-
2 attacks and
My
applied
bad.
the effect.
My bad. Okay.
Your frost-like beam didn't. Okay, there we go. It didn't deal the damage to it. Your frost-like beam shoots forth, slamming in to the zombie, and its limbs slowly begin to encase themselves in ice, and it stutters, like it's barely able to continue to move. Korg.
Do I see this gas dude over here busting up the door?
Yes.
And it's visibly falling off the hinges now.
It hasn't fallen off the hinges yet, but it's like kind of bent a little, like it's about to like maybe break off.
Okay.
If I roll as good as I did last time.
Okay. Then I'm gonna move forward. Man of Metal, your ship is a piece of shit. And then I'm gonna attack this gas. There you go.
Distracted by the ship falling apart, Korg swings his maul at the Ghast and utterly misses it. Almost like he's trying to emphasize his point, he slams the maul into the floorboard, and he breaks part of the board, and it kind of falls kind of below into like the little undercarriage area where the engine room is. Darkstorm.
Cool. Gonna run in here to the side and
You can.
stab this thing. Okay, I get sneak attack because he's next to me.
Yep, but first roll your attack. Let's see if you hit.
Okay.
You hit, so now apply sneak attack.
And then I'm disengaging and moving backwards. Ta-ta.
You kill it. You stab forth with your rapier, and it plunges into the eye of the Ghast, and you kind of rip it out, and this soggy mess kind of drips forth from it. It lets forth like the last kind of shriek of anguish as it just collapses down, ichor running out of its face, kind of dripping through the hole that Korg put into the floor.
Yes.
Bellina.
Okay, quick question. So I've done it before. Make sure I can do it again. Am I allowed to jump up on top of the boxes?
Yes.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 out of 35 movement.
Well, that'll count as difficult terrain, so
But I use my dexterity for jump. I can literally jump straight up like 12 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, you're fine. Because you're a rabbit,
Alright.
and you have that jumping skill. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, and then from up here, I shall pull out my longbow and shoot at this plague zombie that's in the middle of the floor over here.
And from that height, actually, you can just make out the moving forms of several more zombies that have been shambling down towards your location.
The light didn't illuminate those guys last time? Alright, well,
They were
Right.
hidden behind the crates, and they're just
Alright.
starting to move forward. They moved
Okay.
on their turns from their hiding places.
alright, cool. I am going to use my longbow. I gotta target. Oh,
You hit.
hip hip. God damn it. Yes.
You leap upon the crate and quickly spin around, whipping your longbow out, knocking an arrow in a smooth motion, like you've trained your entire life in your warrens for this one chance. Taking perfect aim, Johanan and Drazar, you see this arrow appear out of nowhere, sticking straight out of the zombie's skull. It kind of lurches and sways, and then it uprights itself, not just enough to completely lay the zombie low, but it's just this beautiful maneuver that just massive damage into this creature.
And free action. Guys, bursting zombies out here. At least 4. Please come up this way.
Johnny,
I'm assuming we heard that just fine in here.
yep. You all heard Belina shouting out about the zombies.
I'm gonna have to dash, which is gonna be my action.
Okay.
Oh. I'll stop this guy. And, yeah, I guess that's about it.
This ghast, what you didn't notice about it earlier is that he's like a bodybuilder. He's like the strongest ghast on the planet, perhaps. And he slams in to this door, and it just busts off its hinges and like flies across the room. And then it skitters across and lands at Korg's feet. And then he rushes out, his hungry gaze set upon Korg. But it was his action to try to bust down the door. I made it a DC 20 for him to bust it open, and I was like, oh, I'll take like maybe 2 tries, and I got a 20 and a 22. And this other ghast kind of comes out, and he can't really see, he can't get to Korg, and he sees that this metallic man kind of walked away, but he's not so interested in trying to eat metal, so he kind of just comes over to the side here, trying to get a chance to get at the tasty turtle soup. Zombie 4 attempts to bite Johnny, and he kind of lurches forward, and the arrow in his head kind of gets in the way as he tries to bite at you. He keeps like pushing futilely, just kind of pushing the arrow deeper into the soggy flesh, but not able to actually bite you. And he attempts to hit you with his fist, which actually does connect for 7 damage as he slams into you. And then make a don't bother making a Constitution saving throw because you're immune to disease. Johanan.
It looks like I have to come down the stairs or I'm going to hit Johnny with whatever I do. So
Well,
I'm
it'll just
heading
have
down the ladder.
half cover. So it gets a +2 bonus to saves or to its armor class, unless you come down.
I'll go ahead and come down. You said it's 15 down?
From where you're at, yeah, it'll take 15 feet of movement to get down. Because it's a
Okay.
a 10-foot ladder, and then given like the climbing kind of takes a little bit of extra effort.
And Drazar is still upstairs, so I'm not actually moving through his space. So. And we'll go ahead and see if I have better luck with, yeah, no, we're gonna stick with Acid Splash because Firebolt probably not on a wooden ship.
It fails to successfully dodge this time. In fact, it kind of like lurches in to your acid and looks at you like it's embracing the acid to its face.
Works for me, and that would end my turn.
This zombie attempts to bite and slam into John. And they're not so good at the biting. Maybe something to do with your metal plate. So he just punches you again, just like the. His fists slam into your metal side, and you can feel like this reverberation kind of go through you and kind of shakes your body as you ignore the plague of. Give me like a minute or two. I'll be right back.
Record scratch sound. Well, I bet you're wondering how I got in this position.
Do tell.
I feel like the most unlucky turtle. Like, fuck, there's two ghasts just wanting to gnaw on me now as I stand here and can't hit anything.
Why can't you hit anything? You can hit him through the door. Or
No, I'm Will Wheaton. I can't roll dice.
Will Wheaton. What's that?
Will
He eats
Wheaton.
Wheaties.
No, Will Wheaton is the all-time king of rolling like crit fails and low rolls, and
He was
seems
on
to be
Star
what I'm
Trek.
good. Yeah, he's also in what's that one he was in with like all the nerds where they play.
I'm back. You and Dane are both horrible at rolling, so don't feel bad. Dane's
Dane.
Will Wheaton in our personal group.
Good. Thank you for feeling my pain, because I always.
Drazar,
I also come down the ladder, but I'm gonna stay in the same position.
okay.
And I'm going to attack this one over here. Maybe not.
Your ray of frost shoots forth, failing to find purchase against the gas. Just flies off to the back of the ship.
That'll be it for now.
they just really, really cannot bite Johnny. This one just flails ineffectively against him. Korg.
Okay. Am I targeting him? I can't tell. Yes, I am. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm going to rage because I feel like this is not going to end well. Where did my rages go? Okay. Well, this is my last rage for the day. So.
You need to actually apply the rage effect to yourself. You checked
Yeah.
it to use it, but you didn't hit the effect button.
I mean, it's not here. Dangerous and reckless attack, durable, claws, hold breath, shell defense. It's not even here.
Because you were on combat view mode, so you had used your last power, so it's not available for the day, so you couldn't see it anymore.
Okay. How do I turn on the effect though if
You don't have it on your hotbar?
I don't have a hotbar, remember? Because my hotbar doesn't work.
I mean, your effect would still work. You just because it's not a crit, but
Yeah,
you just change your mode to standard mode, and you can.
Okay.
If you just change away from combat mode.
Yeah, I clicked on. It says mode is standard.
Any mode other than combat mode, and you'll be able to see it.
Boom.
But yeah, for effects and stuff like that, you can still use your hotbar. Your hotbar auto crits everything for some reason.
There we go.
I don't know if it still does it or not. Probably, but we
Yeah.
haven't tested it in 6 sessions.
All right. So now that I'm angry barbarian,
You hit. You slam your maul into the chest of the ghast before you, and you literally watch its rib cage collapse in upon itself. You can see like the outline of its lungs and heart through the flesh of the chest, and it slavers at you hungrily. Is that your turn?
yep, that's my turn.
Darkstorm.
Cool. I'm gonna use Korg as a meat shield and hop up over here to it.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright. With an angry yell, I'm gonna stab him.
Roll those gajillion fucking dice.
Don't forget your sneak attack.
Thank you.
And once again, Darkstorm agilely rushes through, weaving past Korg. She lines up her shot and plunges her rapier into the skull of the ghast, ripping it out, and it collapses to the ground, oozing ichor upon the deck, similar to the last one. This time her rapier having punched all the way through to the hilt before she rips it out, devastating the creature before you.
I laugh menacingly. Ha ha! That was menacing. And then I hide behind Korg. Disengage cutting action. End of turn.
Belina.
Alright. How do you do area of effects again? Targeting multiples?
You just control click all the people that would be affected by it.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire in such a way so that it lands on all 4 of these plague zombies.
Okay.
Right, and not on Johnny.
Thank you.
And one succeeds. The others that fail all receive. So which one
Everybody but
succeeded?
zombie 3.
3. So,
So just untarget
so
3 and then click the effect.
how do I untarget?
Control click
I
it
don't
again.
know. I'm not
Yeah.
targeting him. I don't think. Okay.
Yep, you're
and
good.
then effect.
Out of curiosity, when you cast the spell,
Yes.
which button did you click? Did you click the save button or the cast button?
I clicked the cast button.
Okay. I was just curious. I
Because
thought
it
the
rolled their
game.
saves.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just curious why it doesn't auto apply the effect upon a failed save, but I guess Fantasy Grounds just doesn't do that. I was wondering if there was a difference between clicking the cast button or the save button, if the cast button would auto apply the effect, but I guess it doesn't.
I clicked the cast. Yeah, it did not. But
Yeah, and
okay,
make
so
sure you put
have
the effect on
advantage.
yourself to that
Oh,
you
right.
are
Effect self.
concentrating on.
Right.
Fair.
Concentration. Not a problem. Got it. And that was my action. And I shall bonus action inspire Johnny. Let's see. Inspiration. Control. Johnny. Effect. Right. And that will end my turn as I stay up on my boxes. Good. Go, Johnny 5. Stay alive.
And you have a bardic inspiration die, Johnny, and it's your turn.
I feel inspired. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna do that. So rolling with if they're fairy fire, do I have to click advantage or will it do
No,
it automatically?
it'll automatically do it because he applied the effect to them. That will that says grant advantage attack.
All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna attack number 4 then. See if I can finish him.
All right, roll damage. And hold on.
He goes to sleep.
So I
Pretty bad.
removed that sound effect, but then when I updated the thing, it added it back in. So
I like it. We're
I
not-
prefer it
like
actually.
too.
I don't want to kill anyone. Just put
It
him
is
to
bad.
sleep.
do these zombies not have undead fortitude? Well, they're supposed to have undead fortitude. So 1 sec. I had to hand type these guys into the game, and I may have accidentally not. Yeah, he is dead.
Yay. All right, I'm gonna take a step.
No, he's not dead. He's taking a permanent nap.
Actually, no, I'm not. I'll
He's
let the guy walk
dead-er.
to me. I'm gonna attack number 1.
You hit. and you sweep your blade forth, dealing another blow against Zombie 1, having felled the one before you. You're swishing and slashing, whirling blades of death, carving into the zombies. I don't know why the music stopped.
Why is the rum gone?
This ghast rushes forward, trying to eat the. His bite clamps hard upon your like fleshy hand, and he kind of digs in just a little, but can't get enough purchase to truly like rip out a chunk. As you fling your arm back, throwing him off, he kind of restabilizes and swings forth with his claw. His claw scratches across your face, and you feel like this oozing, like paralyzing effects start to take hold as you roll a Constitution saving throw. Not a check, a saving throw.
My bad.
Just
Oh wait, no, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, you just manage to shake off this paralyzing, like, ichor upon it. Johannan.
Okay, give me just a sec to target menu. And we're just gonna go with the tried and true acid splash.
Right, it fails, so take the. Sorry.
And I only have one action, so that would be it.
All right, you kind of sizzle against the zombie. His zombie 1 decides to attack Johnny. First trying to bite him. For the first time in the history of the game, manages to clamp down on your metal armor, punching slight divots into as it then tries to slam into you with its fist, but you deftly step out of the way.
I will attack this guy again. Get cold. And then end my turn.
Alright, we should no longer hear sleepy sounds when people die now. I fixed it again.
That's not fixing it.
The problem is the sleep spell, rather than triggering off like the word sleep, it was triggered off the word unconscious to make the sleep sound. This zombie flails away at Johnny, unable to accomplish anything.
Oh.
This one rallies behind the undead body before him, his fallen companion. Some trigger of his humanity still lurks behind the eyes, and he finds himself extraordinarily upset at you having killed his friend, and he surges forward and slams his fist into you. You kind of feel it blow against you, and like a little crunch into your metal plating, a small divot you can probably polish out later. Korg, make a Constitution saving throw. As you stand before the ghast, this overwhelming stench starts to invade your nostrils, and you almost feel sickened by it, but you shake it off.
Okay. Let's. I'm gonna just attack him. With the...
You slam your maul into the ghast, and kind of feel the bones break within its.
And that's it.
Darkstorm.
I'm gonna pop out from behind Korg again. Try and stab.
You do stab him. Almost a crit.
Sneak attack.
Thanks.
You kill it. Once again. You plunge your rapier. It's each time just that right eye over and over again. It's like you found the secret weakness of gas, and it has to do with your rapier, and their right eye is the perfect key for slaying them. And you rip it out, and it collapses across the body of its former companion.
Nice. I flick the eyeball off of my dagger, and then can
I think
I?
you killed all three of them.
No idea. Can I cunning action up to Johnny? Or close?
You can get right next to him on either side. If you wanted to.
Okay, that's my turn.
Belina.
Okay, I'm gonna switch back to the longbow. I'm going to target this guy. Attack should automatically be advantage. Oh, it's terrible.
You
Wait,
hit.
did I hit? Oh my god!
You hit.
A 12 hits these things. Okay, well. Oh, minimum damage. Maximum damage. That's okay. And then, does magical healing work on Warforged?
Yes.
Because
In
Melina
5th
doesn't
edition
know,
it
but
does.
she's gonna try. She's gonna try.
You
Please, Mr. Metalband,
feel
don't fall
this-
down.
You feel this healing energy suffuse you, Johnny, and some of the dents and divots in your metal plate just pop out as it restores you, and you get like this second wind.
And that will end my turn.
Thank you. I'm gonna choppy number 1.
You hit. And 1 sec. And it dies.
Yay.
And there was no.
He didn't go to sleep.
Well, you just did
I'm
it.
gonna.
We got it.
I kind of miss the going to sleep sound, but I'm gonna bonus attack the other.
I could set it up to where when they go unconscious, they do this.
Why not?
Ooh, neat. So I don't have to do anything for that, right?
It will auto do the crit damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
Take a bunch of D4s.
That was a whole lot. It was
3 4s.
very
and a
high
1.
damage.
Yeah, it was great.
See, he doesn't burst high, he's just consistent. Very consistent damage. Johannan.
So I had one of those aha moments that I completely forgot about on my spell sheet.
That will hit. This electrical tether shoots out and slams in to Zombie 3. And it kind of electrocutes through its body and it kind of like twitches and twitches. And you can all kind of feel this essence in the air that sort of ties Johannan to the zombie. This smell of ozone, the slight tingling across that makes your fur stand up on edge, Darkstorm, that kind of like traces back between the two of them.
And that will end my turn.
Drazar.
I'm gonna move over here. Give him the old frosty frost. Oh. Is it supposed to be advantage? From
That
fairy
was,
fire?
yeah,
Okay.
because it's fairy fire.
Okay. Get the cold. And then I'll see here.
zombie who's currently being fried and electrocuted sees a tastier meal in Darkstorm than this metallic man.
Did I get skipped?
You're the last to go.
Aw, man. All right. I was looking at the plague track or the combat tracker, and it showed the zombies after me, but I guess they have a higher.
We can't see
Remember,
the zombies
The
initially.
enemies always are displayed at the bottom.
Oh, okay. This is like the first time I've actually used the combat tracker, so I just wait for the.
It fails to bite you, but it does slam its fist into your ribcage. The gooey tendrils of oozing plague seem to start to seep into your flesh as you make a Constitution saving throw. And you feel yourself start to kind of hack and cough, and you feel this sickness starting to take root inside of you immediately.
Oh no.
Your skin starts to bubble and pustules start to grow upon it, and you feel like your flesh will begin to like rot.
Ah!
And Zombie 2, also seeing a much tastier snack, also diverts its attention towards you. It bites and chomps, getting a mouthful of like dark fur. It just kind of chews satisfactorily, and then it attempts to punch you to try to like rip out more. Kind of slowly whittling away, trying to make you one of its like digested food. Korg,
I'm gonna grab out a javelin, and as I come running up, I'm gonna hurl it and get to.
it'll have half cover.
Okay. Wait, how do you give it a number? I can see cover in modifiers, but how do I give it half?
Just click cover. You're fine.
Okay. Okay.
Because if it has 3/4 cover, it's superior cover.
Okay.
You hit.
And that was my last javelin.
And the javelin flies forth and embeds itself in the zombie's skull, and it collapses to the ground. Darkstorm.
So I have to do a save or anything because my skin's bubbling.
Nope, you just are infected now.
Ugh. Okay.
You hit. I don't know if you guys have realized yet, but these guys are really easy to hit.
Tell that
This
to our
is for
dice.
poisoning me.
And you stab the zombie that bit you earlier, and it collapses to the ground. You rip your rapier out.
Right in the mouth for biting me.
We are out of initiative.
I want to collect my javelin, please,
Okay, you do that.
because that's last
I'll
javelin.
use
Okay,
5
so I'm
points
gonna
of lay
hop
on
down,
hands to
and I'm gonna hop over to Darkstorm, and I'm going to
wait.
use
Don't
a
use the
lesser
spell
restoration.
slot. No, let me
Why?
use
What?
Stoke
No,
with
what
the
do you mean
paladin
no?
thing.
What?
Let me use my lay on hands. Save your spell slot.
Using lay on hands will remove the.
For 5 points,
Oh,
you
that's
can
right,
remove
at
disease.
5 points you can. Okay, then I'll
Yeah.
save the spell slot. In that case, I'm gonna stay up on my boxes, and I'm gonna hop over here, and hop over here. Stay on the boxes. Boxes are safe, and I'm gonna look up towards the front of the ship.
Okay.
Make sure you guys clear all your effects for your spells and concentrations and fairy fires, and
How do you do that?
you click in the combat tracker, the little head with 5 dots above it. You can click that, and then you'll see like a little minus arrow, and you can clear out that you're concentrating
Okay.
on stuff and things like.
Okay, cool.
Because nobody's concentrating on any spells anymore. Nobody's raging anymore.
Do I
Belina,
Why did it
keep
not
my
go away?
inspiration?
There it went. Now it's gone.
what? You keep your bardic inspiration. It's good for 10 minutes.
How do I use it though?
So just declare that you want to use it, and then you just we manually add the d6 to the roll after the fact, kind of deal.
Okay. In that case,
Because there's no way for Fantasy Grounds to auto add it to the thing.
I want to heal myself.
Does all this other
with some
stuff
of my-
automatically do that?
So Belina, as you jump from crate to crate, scrambling across, kind of getting through, you can see up ahead this green glowing that seems to emanate from this strange chest. And before the chest, you see 2 statues that appear to be holding lanterns out above them, exquisitely carved, ancient in ways that it's definitely like scratched and scored, strange architecture. You can't make out much about them. And standing before this strange chest, you see this ghoulish zombie figure dressed in more elaborate robes. It has a finer armor. It definitely, dressed like a swarthy, a captain type figure. And before it, on this strange chest-like thing, you see this jade statue that seems to be where the glow is emanating from. And the captain stares directly at you and just watches you with its eyes seem to flicker with this unholy green light that seems embedded within its own skull. You can see that the flesh has sort of rotted away from it. You can see part of its gaping jawbone through like desiccated flesh that's rotted away, its tongue kind of moving around, but it stands almost perfectly still, just staring at you.
Okay, I turn. Guys, found Captain up that way. Glowing green statue, not nice. But he sees me. He's up there. He looks a little tougher than first mate was.
Does he want to trade?
He looks dead. but
Ah,
alive.
so he wants to trade his life.
He wants to maybe eat you and me.
Let him.
I guess I'll walk forward first.
Wait,
He
I
has
have a question.
He definitely has.
If I wa- How do I actually get my lay on hands to heal me? Because I wanted to use 5 towards.
Okay, so what you do is you see like a modifier box down in the bottom left corner.
Yes.
Okay, click on that, and if you want to heal for 5, type the number 5.
Okay.
Then under your lay on hands, you see that little heal button with the plus symbol? You might have to click the magnifying glass to expand it.
Oh yeah, you had to tell me this
So-
last time.
Yeah, so target yourself,
I got it.
and then with the 5 in the modifier box, you'll then heal yourself for 5.
Neat. That's very spammy. The first part. I'm good to
It
go.
is, but sadly, it's the only way to really mark off lay on hands effectively.
Wait, did that?
No, you didn't target yourself when you did it. So.
I'm learning.
Then you healed yourself for 5. All right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm walking forward.
Okay. As you walk forward, you notice this sickly green light slowly starts to take, like it gets brighter. It pulsates slightly. The whole front of the ship is like bathed in this strange glow. Johnny, when you last saw this idol, it did not glow with this like unearthly light that it seems to have now when you guys collected it.
So it seems to be more powerful now, or at least been unlocked in some.
That would be a safe estimate.
I'm gonna, since it's not attacking and I'm standing here, I'm just gonna kind of glance around in front of me here and see if there's any sort of like laid trap.
Make an investigation check.
Gotta be good. Yep, perfect. There's no. That's
Looks
perfect.
fine.
I like that I am incapable of rolling.
Can he be assisted to have advantage on stuff like that?
Yeah.
Roll again, buddy.
Okay. My -1 will be
You're doing a good job.
-2.
Jo-
Sorry.
Johnny's helping you, but you don't see anything. It looks fine. You don't understand why Johnny's trying to help you in finding things. Everything looks
All right, I'm rushing.
You need glasses, Korg.
okay. Everybody roll initiative. Stop moving your character.
I did as soon as you said stop. As soon as you said roll initiative, I stopped moving.
Okay.
Oh, I was ready for this fight. Yes.
Okay. Let's do.
Hey, quick question. In the future, if someone wants to help me, can they roll and use their?
Or you'd have to help them.
'Cause-
Yeah, plus that's way less fun.
Oh.
One of the statues, as Korg starts charging forward, shatters forth from the inside. This strange skeletal creature seems to be infused with this dark, shadowy aura that seems to ooze and shift and writhe throughout the inside of its skeletal body. It glows with this purplish, unholy light, and its dark, glowing eyes immediately focus upon Korg as it rushes forward. Actually, it does not rush forward. Instead, sorry, new creatures from a new book. Still, it raises up its hand, and then it sort of flings forth, and it almost looks like its finger bones break off as it flies towards Korg. As they slam into you, they kind of pierce into your flesh, and you feel this necrotic energy start to kind of seep into you and make a Constitution saving throw. Okay, this is a little bit louder than I intended. As this necrotic energy suffuses through your body, you slowly start to glow with this shadowy aura that kind of takes effect upon you. And that is its turn. Korg.
We'll see if these things can take ball damage.
You hit. Your maul slams into the skeleton, rattling its bones. You can see the aura shifting within it, kind of like it's agitated within, but it stays locked upon you. Its scimitar clasped within its grasp. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Johannan.
Well, first, I'm gonna end up moving forward so I can actually see what's going on. Actually, given that I actually remember I have Witch Bolt, we're gonna go ahead and use that.
All right.
Pretty damage roll, but that's okay.
The lightning arcs forth, and it creates that pulsing electrical energy as it starts frying the skeleton's bone. Johnny.
go to this side of him. I'm going to try and stab through. Perception. I didn't click him. I clicked myself like an idiot.
Very, very nice. I can heal you of that.
And then
Okay.
I'm gonna bonus action attack.
Well, roll. Let me apply the damage to him real quick. First, and you slap your scimitar into the skeleton. It kind of scrapes across it, but it seems to not be as effective as you would have desired, as it's hard to find like a good purchase across the bones with your slashing weapon.
Oh, I don't like that, but attack him again.
And you slash into the skeleton again. It's hard to find purchase once more, and it just feels like you're not as effective as you were against those squishy zombies.
Alright, that's all.
Belina.
So I'm going to.
You're kind of coming across broken up. I can't.
I'm sorry. Died on snow. I'm on push to talk.
I can't hear you at all. Is it just me?
No, it's coming across broken. It sounded like he said something about headset died.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing, and he's sitting in a different room, so that's what it sounds like he's.
Yeah, my headset died. I'm using push to talk on my.
Okay. Headset died. Push to talk on phone. I'll turn you up a bit so we can hear you better.
Okay. So, did you say the captain was wearing metal armor?
I would say the captain is not wearing armor. Just like he's wearing finer clothes, like dressed out, good material, like a captain's outfit kind of deal, but not armor.
All right. If I shoot from here, does the skeleton have partial cover?
Yes. You'd have to be like another square forward to not have partial cover.
Even though I'm elevated?
Korg's pretty tall and the skeleton's a little shorter, so yeah.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and try the fairy fire.
Okay, they're put the effect on both of them. They're both fairy fire.
All right. And that'll end my.
Okay. My audio thing just crashed. Darkstorm.
I'm gonna run up next to Korg. Try and stab this ghost in the eye, since I've had good luck thus far.
You miss. Your rapier kind of punches through. You aim right for the eye, just like you did all the other times. But this time it's a skeleton. There's no eye there. And you kind of rattle it around in the empty skull and then pull it out. And nothing. As the other statue bursts forth and another skeleton appears before you. It flings its darts, finger bones, at. Its finger bones slam into you. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Not the finger bones.
This shadowy, necrotic aura also seems to envelop you as well.
Accidentally didn't check notice. I don't think about it.
At that roll, you get like another +2. It wouldn't matter. Drazar.
I will join the group here. And cast Cure Wounds on Korg.
Okay. As this healing energy suffuses Korg, the shadowy aura upon him disappears.
Oh, nice. That'll be it for me.
The captain, surveying these pesky heroes, just kind of, he hangs back, unwilling to leave the side of this glowing idol, and he takes the dodge. This skeleton swings its scimitar at Korg. Two quick, fast successive blows. The first one kind of rebounds off your turtle's carapace, but the second one manages to kind of sneak scraping across you for 5 points of damage, and it sort of like lets forth this screech of unholy rage. It's almost feels like the scimitar is trying to like feed off some sort of negative energy, but is unable to do so because it doesn't exist anymore as Korg.
I'm taking her swing at.
As this skeleton glows with this shining fairy fire light, you swing your maul, it slams in to the skeleton's body and it just shatters into pieces, flying across the room. Bones just here and there and just completely decimated.
I can still move then, right?
Yep. Oh, one sec. Make a Constitution saving throw. Alright. As you began your turn, the overwhelming stench coming from the captain actually kind of sickens you. And you feel like a little not good.
Okay.
And you're poisoned. We'll still let that crit stand because I messed up. But until the start of your next turn, you find yourself kind of sick and retching, and it distracts you from. And that's your turn.
Yep.
Jahanan, make a Constitution saving throw. You too find yourself overcome by the stench emanating from the captain. You feel sick. You'll be poisoned until the start of your next turn.
So it's my action then?
Yes.
Why did it just roll 2?
Because you had disadvantage for being poisoned. But you still hit. Your acidic ball slams into the skeleton and starts etching into its bones, kind of eating away at it. Is that your turn? Johnny, make a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Can he be poisoned?
Yes, but he has advantage on saves against being poisoned.
Okay.
He failed to click the advantage button, so he'll just roll again.
Oh, I thought. No, I was just going.
That's fine. If you click the advantage button, it does it automatically.
Aha, I'm making a difference.
So you, the stench just overwhelms you. You're not used to feeling sickened and nasty throughout most of your life, but you still find yourself poisoned until the start of your next.
Oh, damn it! That would have been good inspiration one. All right. Okay. So I have disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage on attacks.
Walk up to this guy.
Okay.
I'm not gonna attack him, but I am going to try to. What is it?
Okay. You use your vow of enmity upon.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay on hands myself. As my, because that's a bonus action, I think.
Lay on hands. I can't remember. Let me look. Well, your vow is a bonus action, and your lay on hands is a bonus action. So yeah.
I'm gonna heal up and then do.
Why do I not see your vow? Okay, there we go. And then let me set it up.
I even healed myself.
You didn't apply it to yourself. It doesn't look like. It says heal, but not heal 2. I can do it. Don't worry about it. I'll just drag drop it. Now you're healed. And your vow of amenity is now targeting the captain, so you're good to go on that. And that's your turn.
I don't think I have anything, so yes.
As you finish your turn, the captain reaches out with one of his hands and attempts to lay it upon you to hit. Because he has legendary actions.
Oh yeah.
What a cheater. Any crit.
He hits you for so much damage. His crit like infuses you with this necrotic energy, and then make a Constitution saving throw.
6?
Yeah, I want to use my don't kill me dice from the bar.
Okay, so roll your Constitution save and then roll a d6. Do you still want it?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't matter, would it?
It wouldn't matter. You can hold on to it if you want. It won't make a difference. So as this necrotic energy starts to suffuse you, you feel weakened and drained, and you feel very happy that you that he didn't hit you for more damage, as your max HP is reduced by the amount of damage you do.
What?
Well, now I'm not as hurt as I
No, something fucked up. Hold on. No, it erased your wounds by accident when I edited it.
Dark healed me, I like it.
There we go. And now it's Belina's turn. What? Something about Mantle of Inspiration?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you only target 3 people? Because you can target a number of people equal to your charisma modifier, so you could do one more. Alright. So you guys feel inspired by Belina. This inspiration grants you like this surge of energy that grants you temporary hit points. But also, if any of you want, who just received it, that would be Darkstorm, Johannan, Korg, and Johnny, you can move up to half of your speed right now as a reaction and provoke no opportunity attacks.
That's 15 paces.
Yep, that's fine.
I'm quite content back here where I am hiding.
Okay.
Alright, that was my
Yep.
Yep. I'm gonna move to there.
All I got was your move into there, and then everything else broke up.
Long road.
Okay. Go ahead and roll down. Your arrow flies forth and it kind of skitters across the chest of the skeleton, bouncing and rattling around inside. It still kind of affects it, but not as much as you would have hoped. Is that your turn? Darkstorm.
Gonna stab the captain.
Hey, before she does this, she need to roll that smell check.
Oh, yes. Make a Constitution saving throw. Because you're within 30.
Sorry, just trying to keep it kosher.
You're fine. You don't understand why all these people are sick and like hacking and coughing and just feeling like shit. You're okay. You managed to hit the advantage and disadvantage, canceling out each other. Roll sneak attack.
Where was the disadvantage and advantage at?
Advantage from Fairy Fire, disadvantage because he's taking the dodge action. You stab with your rapier, and it kind of plunges into the soggy flesh of the captain. And as you rip it out, you feel like it's not as damaging against him as your typical attacks. You have a lot of experience stabbing zombies and ghouls, and the way their flesh reacts, how spongy it is. It's almost like your rapier meets this extra resistance trying to pierce in, and you pull it out, and it didn't go as deep as you thought, and it's not as effective as you hoped.
Okay. Spending action disengage. End of my turn.
Alright.
This skeleton rushes, takes a step forward, and since Johnny's still kind of surrounded by this shadowy aura, he kind of takes his scimitar to bear.
I have a question. Like, would my because the
Oh wait, no. Yeah, you use lay on hands on yourself. You do not have the shadowy aura anymore. You are
okay.
magical healing removes it. I forgot you used lay on hands. I apologize. Stop healing yourself, man. I can't keep track of that. He does swing at you though, and he misses with his first attack. He misses with his second attack. Drazar, make a Constitution saving throw. You having connection issues, Dane?
Yeah, I just dropped out of everything a second ago.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
You do not feel sick either. You're just like, oh, I don't understand what's going on. You and Darkstorm just like, yeah, it smells bad, but like you've smelled worse. Like, let's be.
Completely agree with that.
I mean, fish stock.
I'm going to cast Bless. Put it on Johannan, Korg, and Johnny.
Okay.
And then,
Concentration effect to yourself.
oh yes. But that'll be my turn.
The captain reaches out to
Wait. Okay. Well, no, I don't know. Is that the right one?
yes,
Okay.
that's the right one. It says you're concentrating on.
Cool.
Sorry, should I click on for the maps to get back to where we
Go
were?
to images and maps, and then in the bottom right corner, click the button from all to shared. And then you want to open Black Squall cargo deck.
Ah, I'm back. Thank you.
The captain reaches out with his necrotic hand and attempts to drain the life from Korg, but he misses as Korg kind of shifts around and it flails at the open air, and then it turns and attempts to slam Johnny with his fist. Also missing. Korg.
Do I need to do another Constitution saving throw?
You do, yes. You are still sick and poisoned. You slam your maul into the skeleton. Its blunt force breaking some of the ribs against its chest.
And that's my turn.
Johannan, Constitution saving throw.
Hey, something's wrong. Hey, the fury power when he attacked, it gave him the disadvantage.
That skeleton's not affected by fairy fire because it was still inside the statue when you cast the spell.
Oh, I thought he was attacking the castle.
No, he
Bob's
attacked the
attacking.
skeleton. Johannan, you no longer feel sick.
What does Bless do?
You get a plus 1d4 on saves and attack rolls.
I like it. Is it a one-time use or is it a continue?
It lasts for a minute.
Even better. Okay. Do I have to manually add that D4 on the attack or not?
No, that's not an attack roll because it makes a save.
If you have to make a save, if you make an attack.
Right, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so your acid blob hurls forth and it just passes like right through its rib cage and flies out the other side, failing to land purchase again.
Okay, that would be my turn.
Johnny, make a Constitution saving throw with advantage. You no longer feel sick.
Hey, I actually did it right. Alright. So I want to... I'm gonna attack the captain. And does my mouse stuff automatically happen?
Yep, it'll auto happen.
Like, close type. Oh, there we go. Well, I'm going to smite him
Okay.
for my last spell slot. Alright, did that click on me?
Yes. You're good. That's an extra 68 against this guy because you critted.
Holy crap.
Has so many dice.
Take that, Captain. We'll cleanse you of this foul curse that's upon you.
You swing your scimitar blade and it slams in to the captain's skin and flesh. You charge it with the holy energy and it explodes out, ripping into him. This devastating gash as you pull your scimitar aside, you can still see that it's torn and ripped. The edges of where you cut into it are frayed, almost scorched and burnt, almost as though you had hit it with fire rather than pure radiant damage. You can see its black oozing heart through the chest cavity. It kind of like pulses with this strange black and greenish ooze inside. And he looks pretty fucked up from that.
That's it.
Belina.
Alright, I'm gonna move and use the longbow again.
Okay. Your arrow whistles forth and just passes right through the skeleton's body.
Right. Bonus action. I'm gonna bardic inspire.
Okay. And that ends your turn?
Yeah.
As you end your turn, the captain reaches out towards Korg, attempting to drain his life. And fails. Darkstorm.
Gonna run back in and stab. Guessing that hit.
Yeah. If it has a H and a red thing and the words hit on it, it hits.
Got you.
You stab the captain with your rapier, and again, it's hard to find purchase against it. He seems to just resist the effects against you.
Cunning action, disengage.
This skeleton attempts to fling its finger darts at Johnny again. However, because it's so difficult to pull off this ranged attack while within close proximity, it fails to land any of them with enough purchase against you. They just kind of rain and go clink, 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 clink against your metal side. Drazar.
Still on the Constitution saving throw thing.
No, once you pass once, yeah, you're
Oh.
immune.
Oh,
Okay, so
that's
I'm
great.
the last
You're
one
the-
affected.
You're the only one who can still be
Yep.
affected by it.
Yep.
And Belina, who's never been within 30 feet.
Go, Belina.
It's not up close right
Attack skeleton 2 for now.
This cold beam slams into the skeleton and it starts to ice over. The writhing necrotic energy inside it kind of stills a little bit from the cold energy. The captain attempts to drain the life of Korg. And then tries to punch him. And it just, these two tanky bastards just sit there and he just can't get any purchase against you guys. And as you kind of go around and he finishes his attack, the idol like pulses with this green light and it bursts forth and kind of just waves over the ship and just it bathes you all in this strange glow. You have to kind of look away for a brief moment in time because it's so bright, and then it just kind of dissipates again. Korg, make a Constitution saving throw. You no longer feel sick.
Finally! I was gonna use the Bardic Inspiration just for this dumbass thing, because I'm so sick of being... Do I need to drop the effect, or did you already do it?
I did it.
Okay. Then I'm going to attack Captain now. Because advantage.
Hey, you dropped the 1.
Yay! With no damage, but hey!
Slam your maul into the captain, and it seems not as effective against its spongy, but still hard. Johanna.
Well, now that I don't have to worry about the effects of botching Firebolt on a wooden...
You hit.
or next to nothing. But that's
You
okay.
singe the skeleton's bones ever so slightly.
Well, that's just because I'm still apprehensive about it being a wooden ship and fire.
Johnny.
I'm gonna keep attacking the captain.
You hit. You slash away at the captain with your double-bladed scimitar, kind of chipping away at his flesh bit by bit.
There we go, bonus attack. Oh, I wish I had another smite.
You chip away at him more and kind of tear along. You've just burned out on divine energy, wishing you you hit that same spot you hit last time, but it just kind of skitters across like a slight like tear into that oozing heart, but you just didn't have enough oomph to get through and like finish the. And as Belina prepares to go, the captain attempts to life drain Korg again. Unsuccessfully. Because he can't hit you guys apparently at all. Period. I
He hit
can't
me when I
roll.
walked up here.
Yeah, well, one time. Your arrow skitters across the skeleton's bones, chipping away at it.
Enter.
Darkstorm.
Gonna dash up and stab him.
You hit? Your blade slams in to the flesh of the captain and you rip it out and it starts to ooze from the wound. He still remains just completely silent.
Cunning action, disengage. End of turn.
The skeleton attacks Johnny. Swinging ineffectively against him.
I will shoot this guy again.
You hit?
Take that tiny bit of cold.
One with a firebolt, one with the cold.
Listen, your finger is gonna be very painful here in a minute.
Okay. The captain attempts to life drain Korg.
This dude has it out for me. I'm freaking telling you, bro. He's been trying to live drain me for at least like 6 rounds or 7 rounds. Ouch. Dude, why did I partially absorb it?
I don't know.
I don't have the effect on.
Temporary hit points.
Oh yeah, temp HP.
Thank you.
It took so long for him to hit you.
Okay.
Make a Constitution saving throw. You shake off the effects of its necrotic touch. And then it tries to punch you in the face, unsuccessful. Give me 1 second.
What is this guy?
It's the Phantom Menace.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't know Dan Aykroyd was in this picture.
No.
That's a shout out to all you 90s kids.
I like it.
That's literally all of us.
I know. Those are for the millions of viewers you're gonna have on your YouTube.
What, all 4?
So
Yeah.
I can't even get all the party members to subscribe.
as the captain finishes lashing out at Korg, these strange sort of ethereal essences start to rise up from the ship as this sort of like negative like energy seems to suffuse them, and these 3 phantoms, ghostly forms, sort of rise up and let out this unholy shriek. They glow with this strange, eerie green light.
It's nice knowing you guys.
You'll be fine.
Korg.
Did I actually get? Do I see the phantoms, or am I too engaged with said?
You see them. You heard them scream, you look around, you see them, they're there.
All right, then I'm disengaging, coming back to help. I'll let Johnny. 25 feet to there. I think Johnny and Dark Storm can do enough damage up on that dude. I'm gonna come back and try and keep our squishy.
And your squishy
Okay.
thing.
Johannan.
I'm gonna go ahead and try and hopefully finish this guy off again.
Your firebolt slams in to the skeleton, singeing its bones. It turns its steely gaze towards you.
Oh yay, well that's the end of my
Remember-
turn anyway.
Remember, you have... Oh no, because you didn't cast a first level spell or higher. Is it only first level spells for Tempestuous Magic?
I want to say it's first and higher, and I'm out of first
I
spell
agree.
slots. That's why I keep hitting my 2 little cantrips that do
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, it has to be first level or higher. Okay, so you can't fly away. Okay. Alright, to make things a little easier here, because this is a multi-target effect, I'm gonna roll your guys' saves for you through the system. Because
Okay.
it's just too complicated to control it for everyone. So, as this phantom finishes its kind of growing forth, it emits this eerie moan that seems to just pierce into your soul. And Belina, Baltrazar, Johannan, and Korg. And Johnny. And Darkstorm just barely. So you all feel it like seep into you, and you make wisdom saving throws.
So I'm gonna use
If
my
you roll, does it
inspiration.
take into consideration all of our stuff and maybe even my bardic
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, not your bardic inspiration. You guys would have
Okay.
to determine that after the fact, but it
Okay.
takes in all your stuff.
It would do bless.
It auto rolls just like when you make enemies save.
Holy fuck. Good thing you rolled for me. I got 3.
Korg is the only one affected for this one.
Oh well.
So Korg, you take. Oh shit! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Ah, we're dying!
I forgot to untarget everyone. Stop! Stop! God damn it. Belina, you have to redo your fairy fire stuff. I'm sorry. Damn it. Now I know what it's like to be you guys.
What when we concept?
Okay, you guys should be healed. And then you have to reapply fairy fire to everyone if you didn't already do it.
I already applied to the captain. He was the only one that was
Okay.
recognized for-
There we go. Let me untarget everybody but Korg now. This is, if it was a player character and I did that, it would be fine because it would only apply the damage to people that had failed their save. But because it's a monster, I just roll the damage separate. It doesn't count it as, oh, on failure. So the way that the monster sheet works is different than the player sheet. Additionally, Korg, the Phantom terrifies you, and you are, you find yourself frightened. And it terrifies you so much, you're so terrified, that you find yourself paralyzed from fear. Until the end of the Phantom's next turn. Johnny.
Try and stack.
You whittle away at the captain, chopping, hacking, slashing, trying to do everything that you can to try to get this guy done. You've heard the eerie moan, the shaking, the screams as other things are appearing behind you and the party. You kind of see Korg looks terrified. He's trembling. He's holding his maul in his hand. These spirits are moving around in desperation. You just want to get this captain gone, get rid of him as quick as possible. As the next Phantom, everybody except for Darkstorm. Wait, nope. You're just within range, never mind. As everybody hears this eerie moan once again from this new Phantom. Did it not roll? What the?
Korg fast.
Oh no, I made a mistake. I rolled from Phantom 3's block, not Phantom 1's block. I'll just untarget Korg. You won't be affected again. We'll count that for you. And nobody's affected by this chilling moan. Bellina.
Okay. I am going to vicious mockery the closest Phantom to me. Like, who are you supposed to be? I've seen scarier.
Okay. You really rattled this Phantom. It sobs.
Right, and then bonus action, I'm going to use a second level healing word on.
Okay. Don't forget to apply the disadvantage effect against the Phantom.
How do you upcast?
Just right click to add extra die while you're holding it in your hand. And then that.
Turn.
As Bellina ends its turn, the captain tries to life drain Johnny. Unsuccessfully.
I will run up. Go and stab him.
hit.
Aiming aside.
And wait. I don't know why it did that. Oh, because he's targeting, sorry. Let's try that again. What the? It's being a pain in the ass trying to roll this save. And as you pierce it, you rip it out. He appears, he wobbles a little bit, but then he rights himself and he is okay.
I'm staying right here.
This skeleton attempts to attack Johnny. Oh wait, no, scratch that. Sorry. He's balefully glaring at Johannes from the last round. And he flings his finger darts at her. Failing to find purchase, they just fly wide, scattering all over the area. Drazar.
I'm gonna keep my barrage up against the sky. Cool.
Your ray of frost slams into the skeleton, rattling its bones as it shivers and shakes, making a clacking sound. Is that your turn?
That'll be it for now.
The captain attempts to attack Darks. First with its life-draining attack that manages to find
It's like the first time.
roll a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
You feel the necrotic energy start to seep into you as you find your maximum hit points reduced by 4. Oh, sorry, it also tries to punch you. Missing. Why does it have disadvantage attacking you? Oh, because it thinks it's unconscious. Whatever. Whatevs. Phantom 2 lets out an eerie moan. So many rolls.
We did it.
Korg.
If I don't pass, I want to use my inspiration here.
Okay, roll your d6. Just as you start to feel slightly more frightened and which you didn't think would even be possible, you feel inspired from earlier and you just shake it off. He's fine. Korg, you're currently paralyzed.
I'm paralyzed. Can I fight it?
Johanna. Nope.
Okay.
Until the end of Phantom 3's turn, you're paralyzed and frightened. What are you doing, Johanna?
Okay. Well, let's see what these things are.
You're attacking Phantom 2.
Yes.
You have disadvantage on the attack rolls because it's within 5 feet of you. It's a ranged attack. So just roll one more time.
Well, I guess I do nothing this turn, and it's good to know that, yeah, there's a disadvantage at that.
Yeah, if you have an enemy within 5 feet for ranged attacks, it's disadvantage.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Phantom 3. Even though it regains its chilling moan ability that recharges on a 5 or 6, it decides to attack Korg with its ghostly grasp instead of letting forth a chilly moan. It misses as it was still shook up from its earlier insult from
Alright, one more time.
longer paralyzed. Shake off the frightening condition. It's Johnny's turn.
Attacking the captain. First attack hits.
Okay, hold on. He is fine.
Alright, I'm gonna
Hold on,
re-attack
wait a sec.
him.
Before you, I need to remove the unconscious condition before you attack him.
No worries.
Okay, attack again.
Ooh,
Roll damage.
stay dead, you bastard.
You swing forth with your scimitar and you manage to find just the right blow, and you slam it into his heart, cutting it in two, and it collapses and slumps down to the ground.
I'm gonna spit on his corpse, and then I'm gonna move, not leaving this guy's range, to here. That's it for me.
Phantom 1 floats in and attempts to reach out with its ghostly grasp at Johannan. It fails to find purchase. Kind of, its grasp almost seems to hit this invisible barrier upon you as you see the shimmering effect of your mage armor repel the attack.
I'm gonna see what about it. No, I'm not.
You miss with your Darkstorm.
Can attack the skeleton or this thing.
You hit. Your rapier scratches and tears at the skeleton, and it just hangs on by the slimmest thread as it turns towards you with its steely gaze. Do you want to disengage or do anything like that?
Yes, please. Disengage. Over.
It chases you since you didn't move very far. Not even provoking an opportunity attack. And attempts to attack you with its scimitar. It will hit you with both attacks. Its scimitar tears and slashes, pulling against you deep. What would have been deep cuts, but you've managed to get just out of the way, and they tear in you. Small blood starts to kind of ooze across it. It seems to thrive on injuring you. It's like necrotic energy roiling within its chest, kind of like building up to a crescendo within it.
Ow.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on Dark Storm.
Thank you.
This healing energy kind of suffuses you.
That'll be it for me.
This phantom reaches out with its ghostly grasp and fails to find purchase against Korg.
Okay, I'm gonna take a swing here at our phantom.
Your maul passes through its ethereal body and it kind of disturbs its essence slightly.
That's my turn.
Johannan.
So, yeah, I need to. I can just disengage, right?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, that works. Assuming you're moving through Drazar's space.
Yeah, I've never actually used the disengage before, so I had no idea what
You just move normal, but they can't get opportunity attacks against you when you do.
Perfect. In that case, disengage is an action.
Okay, and that'll be your turn, right? Phantom 3 lets out a chilling moan once again that seems to make everybody shake and shiver. Johnny, Drazar, and Belina.
I'm going to choose to invoke Favored by the Gods.
Okay, what's that let you do?
Add a 2d4 to a failed saving throw.
Okay, go ahead and roll them. Alright, so that brings you up to a 10. You still fail,
Okay.
but so as you all take 2d8 cold damage as it washes over, the three of you become frightened. and Belina and Johnny become paralyzed, but Drazar, his aspect blessing kind of surges him forward, and even though he's scared, he's not so scared that he becomes completely paralyzed with fear.
Oh, cool.
Is that sorry, is that something based on how badly you fail it?
Yeah, if you fail by 5 or more, you become
Then
paralyzed.
Can I roll my inspiration for bardicness?
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
So you end up with a 7. You still fail by 6.
Yep.
So you will both be paralyzed until the end of Phantom 3's turn. Phantom 1 gets back its chilling moan. Drazar, Darks, Jahanan, and Johnny. You guys take 2d8 cold damage. You're all frightened. Drazar and Darkstorm are paralyzed. Until the end of Phantom 1's turn. Belina, you are paralyzed. Darkstorm, you are paralyzed. The skeleton attacks Darkstorm.
He's paralyzed too.
First attack, it hits, and Darkstorm falls unconscious as it turns to attack Johnny with his second attack. It misses. It's confused as you stand stock still like a robot, and it doesn't know, like, are you deactivated? Are you not deactivated? And it just kind of like reaches out and taps with its scimitar to see if you're like. Drazar is paralyzed. Phantom 2.
Can I maintain concentration while paralyzed?
Yes. Only if you're unconscious.
Okay.
Or you take enough damage. Right now you're just incapacitated.
Alright.
It reaches out with its ghostly grasp
Huh.
And necrotic energy slams into you, and you fall to the ground unconscious.
Cool.
Korg, you're fine.
So if I'm not mistaken,
So, hold on one sec. Sorry, I'm referencing my notes. So another pulse of green energy arcs out from the idol and suffuses the air. Now go. What are you saying?
so object interaction. Can I do an object interaction to pour a potion down Drazar's throat? Or is that an act?
It takes an action to administer a potion.
So then I pretty much can't. Not from where I'm at.
Not from where you're at, unless you
I'm going to move
and...
there and provoke an attack of opportunity from the one phantom and administer him a potion. I only have one, but it's a potion, so. I'm assuming it's just a 1d4. It's potion of. It just says potion, so I think it's just one.
It's a 2d4.
2d4. Okay.
What?
It utterly fails.
All right. So I want to. Well, I can actually continue all the way to here without getting any more attacks of opportunity, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to do that. Get to here. Give him the potion and or pop it and pour it down his, I guess, beak. I don't know. So if I just roll 2d4, or do I have to like apply some sort of a heal, or how does this work?
You can just roll 2d4 and I can apply it.
They didn't even roll. They just set straight back down. Okay, that was cool. I picked up 2 of them, dropped it, and they both landed straight back down and didn't even.
Jazar, you gasp awake. This potion pouring down your throat. You're stuck there, like unmoving, and it's the strangest feeling in the world. It's like you're being waterboarded with a healing potion. Like you can't do anything, you can't move. It's just going down your throat into your body. It's like.
This is a great feeling.
Johanan.
Okay.
You do have second level spell slots that are available.
And I'm sorry, I just hit the wrong. I just hit the wrong button too. Because that was the first level spell that I hit. I didn't need to do that.
Oh, you're right. It's
Yeah.
2 more, yeah, for that potion. So I was going off memory. I didn't have it open. So
Disregard that last one because I was trying. I hit a first level button. I've got to remember how to target an area.
just control. So you can draw your square to see what you can target. You'd right click and go to pointers and then the shape. So you're trying to do shadow.
Exactly.
Alright, so shatter is a 10-foot radius sphere. So you'd right click, go to pointers and go to circles, and then draw it out to where it shows a 10-foot radius. So that's 5. So then draw it out again to hit 10. and then position it in such a way. Yeah, so that won't hit Drazar or Korg. It'll only hit the highlighted squares for circles. So then you would just, in this place, you could target all three. So you just control click all three of them, and then so that you're targeting all three, and then cast. And all three failed. So now roll the damage. This booming, shattering sound like echoes throughout, and it blasts across the phantoms. Their wispy forms seem to like shift and shudder. It doesn't seem as effective as it would have against a corporeal target, but they definitely took some hits there.
And so ends my.
This phantom flies up and swings at Korg, but fails to land him. And Johnny, you were paralyzed by Phantom 3, so you're no longer paralyzed. You're still frightened of Phantom 1.
Okay. So I have a question. Well, first I'm going to try to kill this shadow skeleton. Okay, so why did that roll with advantage that?
Because you still have frightened and the target of your fear is within sight.
Oh, that's disadvantage. God damn it. Alright, so can I see the idol on that thing?
You can. It is standing atop it.
I'm just gonna walk away from the skeleton. Ah, shit. I just want to go. Can I hit it?
The idol?
Yeah, I want to break it. Because it's still shooting out shit, green light, and I don't like it.
So if you want to walk away from the skeleton and try to hit it, you can attempt that, yes. You'll take an opportunity attack from the skeleton.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to crush the idol. If you don't kill me with the crit.
I gotta find my skeleton in the combat tracker. He misses.
Okay, so do you want me to roll to hit this thing, or what am I doing?
Yeah, make a roll. Just make an attack roll. Alright, go ahead and that wasn't it. But you still hit.
Oh, you meant, okay, I thought meant, yeah. So just roll damage?
Roll damage for your scimitar.
It's gonna counter it against the shadow skeleton, though.
Just don't target the skeleton and you'll be fine. It'll just roll damage. Just untarget. Right. So you swing your scimitar at the idol, and as it hits it, it slaps the idol and it falls down to the ground below. And make a perception.
Well, I accidentally clicked it twice.
No,
Or
it did
wait,
disadvantage because you're still frightened.
Okay.
But you notice that your scimitar seemed to have no effect against it, though the slight impact against the floor seems to have chipped just slightly on the edge.
Oh, okay.
Phantom 1 attempts to attack Korg and fails completely. Belina, your turn.
Okay, seeing what
Now nobody should be frightened or
seeing what Johnny's trying to do, I'm going to attempt to do something. Can I pick up the idol from where it fell on the ground and then smash it onto the ground?
Okay, you need to show me how you're getting there.
I moved by 5, so I have 35 feet movement.
Did you run past Phantom 2 to do it?
I ran through Johannan. Went through Johannan.
The closest you can get is there because Johannan counts as difficult terrain.
Can I jump off the boxes over her?
Make an acrobatics check.
But you're not supposed to make checks for jumps in 5.
You can make checks for jumps if you're trying to do certain things. Like a regular long jump, you don't have to make a check, right? But you're trying to leap off and over a person who's currently engaged in combat, leap over them, land, and keep running. So for exceptional circumstances, you can still be called to make a jump.
All right. In that case, I'm going to bonus action dash to get the rest of it there, and item interaction, pick it up, and then.
So you can make an item interaction to pick it up, but it'll take more effort to try to smash it.
All right, I'm holding it.
Okay, make a wisdom saving throw. As you pick up the idol in your hand and you make contact with it, you feel this compulsion kind of waft over you. You feel like this idol might be kind of the answers to everything you've wanted in your life. You feel like you have to protect it. You have to keep it safe. You feel entranced, like it's just kind of. What?
Add bardic inspiration to my save.
You can't bardically inspire yourself.
That's cool.
What?
No, some DMs do. I wasn't sure if you did or not.
No, bardic inspiration is only for other people. You can't bardically inspire yourself. So you feel this desire to kind of like worship it, a sort of deal. You get this. glazed look in your eye. And Johnny, you standing there, as you look at Belina, you notice the same look come into Belina's eyes that you saw in the captain's eyes, just while it was there, like that kind of dead focused gaze as Belina is holding the idol in her hands.
Alright. As part of my item interaction, since I feel so devoted to the thing, I'm going to set it nicely on display on the chest again where it belongs, obviously.
Oh yeah, you can totally do that.
End of my turn.
Darkstorm, make a death saving throw.
Woohoo.
The skeleton chases after Johnny. Drazar and Korg, you can take opportunity attacks if you would like.
Okay. Mine's
Drazar, you'll be at disadvantage because you're prone.
Okay. That's the exact same thing I was going to ask. Wait.
Korg,
I don't think I can do that one. Let me reread it.
you can use
Do you have
cantrips as any cantrip.
Well, it says that one's a saving throw, though. Does it have to be an attack roll?
No, it's just any cantrip.
Oh, then that guy failed. And he's gonna get yanked back.
Or actually, it's any spell, rather. Any spell.
Oh.
Not just cantrips.
Oh, well, he's dead. Never mind.
Must have it. Oh, sorry. Casting time of one action and only target that creature, but any spell. So he shatters. He tries to rush away. You lash him with the lightning, yank him back right into Korg's maul, and Korg slams the maul into it, and it shatters into thousands of pieces, electrically charged, buzzing throughout the air, and then dissipates to nothingness.
We meant to do that. So
Drazar, it's your turn.
first, I stand up. Then I'm going to cast, oh crap, Healing Word on second level on what's her face.
Darkstorm, you gasp awake.
Some catnap. Thanks, Drazar.
You're welcome. Then I'm gonna try to shoot at Phantom 2.
It hits. The cold seems to coalesce slightly within the phantom's form. It feels chill. As it reaches out and attempts to hit you with its ghostly grasp. Failing to find purchase.
Yeah.
Korg.
I yell, "Keep your hands to yourself!" And then swing. It's small for probably, what is it, terrible miss, maybe? Oh, no, I got a hit on. Yay, me.
it passes through its ethereal form and kind of rips away at its essence. Johannan.
Sorry, started talking without my finger on the button again. We're gonna use my very last leveled spell slot and hit them with Shattered again. They're still all in.
Alright. Go ahead and roll your damage. It kind of thunders across them and rips into them slightly. Phantom 2 actually dissipates.
I will take it, and that is the end of my turn and my leveled spell.
Phantom 3 reaches out to Korg and misses. Johnny.
So, what is this thing sitting on the altar? Like, is it stone?
It's like this, like old, like, kind of stone chest that you guys scavenged from the ruins that you were investigating. It's what the idol was originally stored into.
Okay, so it's a hard surface, though, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I want to take my empty backpack and scoop the idol in it and swing it around
Okay.
and smash this shit on top of the altar.
Alright. So you take it and you swing it around and you slam it into the altar, and go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
Oh no.
It's not to see if you're successful or not, it's to see how many d6 of damage I'm going to give you.
Did that do anything?
It hurt you?
Ooh.
19d6?
Alright. Roll 3d6. As you slam this idol into the chest, you feel like this kind of like crunching sound within your bag. Belina, you see Johnny taking this prized possession. It's the answer to everything you could have ever wanted. It can give you glory, fame. It will make you the greatest star across all the empires. It's the answer to every dream you've ever had. And Johnny's currently trying to crush it against its rightful altar. You still feel this strange compulsion, though.
Okay, so it's not my turn, so I can't do anything. So I'm going to cry.
I'm gonna say it's evil and we have to destroy it.
The ring must be destroyed.
What's so shiny?
And I guess that's it. I don't get any other funky things I can do.
All the phantoms disappear.
Neat. Wait, they're coming for me.
They kind of fade in to the floorboards and just they shriek and moan and cry and slowly kind of dissipate, sinking into the floor of the ship. We're out of initiative.
What are you guys even doing over here?
I'm going to
Cord.
attempt to grapple Johnny.
No, bring your maul over here. I need it. Oh, actually, I need you to
Okay,
smush this bed.
Belina, go ahead and roll your athletics check to try to grapple Johnny. And then Johnny, you can choose athletics or acrobatics to try to evade being grappled by Bill.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm just kind of pawing at it. I'm like, no,
He's kind of like,
it's precious. It's gonna save him.
So I'm just gonna leave the pieces or whatever. I'm not even gonna open the bag. I'm telling Korg, smash my backpack on this altar to just crush the pieces with the ball.
The backpack's just sitting on the altar.
I'm putting it on there for you to mush it.
Can I get like right here and just start smashing it?
I think so.
But why am I doing this again?
It'll be fun.
go ahead and
That
roll
sounds
an
freaking
attack
fun.
roll, Korg.
It does sound pretty fun.
Roll your maul damage and make it. Wait,
Oh, my bad.
and go click on modifiers and click crit. Actually, click max. Crit and max.
Okay, and then roll the
So
damage.
both those buttons should be pressed, and then roll your damage. So as Korg walks over and raises up his maul, confused and not sure.
Not sure what.
He's just not sure. Uh-oh, did we actually lose our volume?
Sure.
I think so. He was not sure, so he quit.
You guys not hear me?
Oh,
Oh, there you're back.
How much of that did you hear?
We lost you at
not sure.
confused and not sure.
Confused and not sure? Did I say that?
Yeah,
He
you
said
said
confused and not sure.
why he was smashing it as he was raising
Oh,
the
okay, yeah, confused and not sure. Okay, you slam it down, slamming into it. You hear this cracking sound. Belina, you no longer feel this compulsion to protect the idol anymore, but this strange, like, energy you start to feel it like building up, and this low hum echoes throughout the.
Whatever you have in that backpack
This-
is definitely not in one piece anymore.
This dark energy seeps up from the idol, and it slowly infuses the head of your maul, and it starts to like wrap itself within it, and the maul begins to glow with this slight greenish energy, and then it just fades and dissipates, and you can see across the head of the maul these kind of like black striations through it, and it seems almost like infused with what was once the essence of this idol, but the green glow disappears completely. And
I'm just gonna hurry and set them all down real fast. I'm a little uncomfortable holding.
Yeah, that was ominous as hell.
Bad idea.
Congratulations, you now have a cursed weapon.
What did you put in your backpack? It's on my ball now.
I might owe you a new mole. I just dumped the crumbs out of the backpack.
What even did you put in there in the first place?
It was an evil stone that was controlling all these things and sending out the green light.
That was the green light that we saw?
Indeed. So is it dark in here now?
it is.
No, light is still cast on the ladder.
Yeah, down by the ladder, you can see this glowing light that doesn't quite reach.
All right, so I'm gonna start looking around for my tools. I'm assuming they're way up here at the beginning of the,
All right, you abandoning your strange mall, Korg.
I set it down because I was scared. I don't really want to abandon it because it's like a special weapon to me, but I don't know. I'm too afraid to like handle it.
I'll pray over it later and make sure it's still good.
If okay, hey, so everybody just kind of keep an eye on me for a minute. I'm going to run around with the hammer, or with the maul. But if I start to turn into a zombie, maybe take it away from. Can somebody tell me what happened to it? Is there a magical spell you can cast that will be like, oh, this weapon is not cursed, and you won't die?
We would need a cleric for that.
Okay, but I don't want to die, so I'll pick up my hammer or my maul. Just kind of pay attention. Don't let me be a zombie. I'm gonna keep my maul with me, but arm's length away from me, or as much as I can get it away from my body.
Okay. And you'll see. For now.
Yep, I see strange maul.
Alright, Johnny, you were investigating the ship for your tool?
Yeah, and checking the altar, see if there's any other weird stuff. I mean, because this was the container that came in. Was there anything else in?
Just some like ancient like straw that was kind of like packing it.
Oh, okay.
Check the rest of the containers and stuff while you're here.
Is the maul or the idol now broken?
It is. When you look at it, if you dump it out of the backpack, it's just broken fragments of jade now. Almost ground to a fine powder.
Can we loot the boss?
Can we get the tools and leave?
The boss has nothing on him.
I don't think we should take anything from this place, only because it might be cursed and turn us into like some other strange monsters.
Okay.
So you guys don't check all the cargo down here?
I mean, anybody else can. I'm not.
I'm gonna take a careful peek around at what all.
Go back to the.
I mean, I should have a semblance of an idea about the markings on these containers to know what's in them anyway, right?
Yeah. And you know, you kind of can go through, you remember that this temple had a lot of ancient artifacts and kind of deal. And as you go through, you kind of know how you guys packaged them and got them together. Most of these are your guys' crates that you packed them. The only one that was an actual crate from the original temple was what the idol itself was in. So as you go through them and you kind of look through, if you guys look at the party sheet on the inventory tab, there's a box that's filled with turquoise animal figurines, a bronze crown, exotic wood harp that's kind of carved with ivory inlays and encrusted with gems, 2 copper chalices with a silver filigree, an ancient silk handkerchief. There's a large tapestry that depicts like ancient peoples praying before like this mother-like figure, some ancient bone dice, and a silver ewer.
Sounds like perfect stuff to take.
Did I catch any wind of some of those items? Did anybody be like, "Hey, look what I found"? Because those bone dice, those sound pretty cool.
harp sounds nice. Soap Spark is cool too.
Yeah, so did we just basically crack open stuff and that's like the cool things we found?
Yeah, that's all the cool stuff you find.
I just want the bone dice if everyone's okay.
That's fine. I'm assuming the bard wants the harp.
I mean, it would be nice.
I'm gonna take the box of animals. I mean, if everybody keeps teasing me about being the zookeeper, I might as well have.
Okay, and then if nobody specifically wants the other stuff, we can sell it to
Yeah.
potentially, you know, fund a fortress.
I think that's a good idea. Is there anything else in this cask pit? Did anyone check that?
No.
Okay.
So I don't find my stuff.
So there's a small hatch that leads downstairs to the engine room, and you go down, and there's your like missing tool parts that you can slot into your arm, and you know, good to go. And then you also pick up a couple spare Magitech parts that you kind of rip out of the engine, since you promised them that there would be like something worthwhile here besides just your stuff. You get some things that might increase like the speed or turning capacity of like maybe a smaller engine if you're able to slot it in there better, so that you can kind of like improve engine performance and go a little faster, some more vroom vroom. And the prize you take out, since this was a larger vessel, some of the you have mechanical engines, and then you have engines that run off different things, but some of the best engines run off what's known as an Aether core, which enables vessels to be less reliant upon balloons and sails, but rather uses like magical energy to help increase lift and thrust. So you manage to take out a medium-sized kind of Aether core from this engine and take it with you, so that you might be able to reutilize it in a different ship.
Tell me something. Is this ship better than the other ship that we got?
You don't know the other ship that you got. You have to ask Korg.
Of course, if this one is bigger, it's also going to require more manpower to operate.
Not bigger. Better. I redirect the question to Korg. Cool.
This ship is clearly that is a lot larger than the other one, but the other one also doesn't have a bunch of zombie guts all over.
That's a good point.
Could always sell it. Sell this to get money for a fortress.
I don't think that those guards are gonna let us keep this ship.
They said they would, if we got rid of all the infection.
They said that we could keep the ship?
Yeah.
Another option. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Potentially would be sell this ship and fix up the other one.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is a good idea. Fortify the other ship to be stronger and faster.
Yeah, filled with less death.
And yes, a lot less death. Hey, so Drazar, could you take a look at this hammer and tell me if it's okay if I hold it? I mean, I don't want it to turn into.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand over my maul to him and see if he can tell me.
I take it at the mall.
Do you have detect magic or identify?
That's a big negative.
I just know he's magic. I don't understand how that should work.
You can make an Arcana check.
That's about all I can do.
I mean, hold them all in your hand, and it doesn't seem bad. It's difficult to tell without any actual like magical abilities to sense against it. You do know that one way that Korg could find out whether it was okay or not would be to spend an hour focusing upon the item to try to like bond it to him. You definitely feel like it's missing that bond that can really like reveal what it's capable of doing.
Well, Korg,
Yes.
you could think about your maul for about an hour, and it would tell you its true intentions. But if you're worried about it, I don't know if that's a good idea either.
If will you do me a real like friend favor if I do this? Will you stand near me, and then if it goes badly, just like do something to make me drop it, and then it will go away, right?
I don't know.
That will be the plan, but let's not do it here because I want to get off of this ship. It makes me uncomfortable.
Well, I think it'd be better to do it on the ship. Cause
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I don't know if you noticed, but before, when we or they had you smash the thing, that's why it made you uncomfortable, and that started the zombies, maybe.
Well then, hey, Johnny, can you also stand over here and watch kind of a little bit to make sure that I don't go insane or something and starts to kill people? I'm gonna go attune to it.
So you guys take a short rest.
I guess so, yeah.
Before we do that, I want to take 10 minutes and cast Prayer of Healing.
Can't you do that during the short rest?
Yeah, that works.
For the rest of the items, if nobody wants them, we can just throw them in my backpack and we can try and hawk them later.
Okay.
Yeah, just throw whatever's, because I got space to carry, so just throw it in my backpack and we'll try and sell.
And did we gather all the useful stuff from the captain's quarters originally?
Yeah.
You're a constant. Is that right?
He doesn't count as a construct, no.
Yes, but no.
He's a living construct.
I'm a real boy.
Hey, if I'm attuning, can I also still roll hit die?
Yes, it's a short rest just like everyone else. And if Belina really likes you, she can use her Song of Rest and you guys can get an extra D6.
I can definitely do that.
Hey, use the new harp. Play us some music.
I'm not proficient in it yet.
This is the perfect time to practice. Look, if I have to hold this creepy maul and maybe turn into a zombie, you can play the new harp for us.
All right, give me a minute.
As you finish your short rest, kind of healing up and feeling better, Korg, you attune with this strange maul and you gain a sudden insight upon like its magical properties as it forms this bond with you. And you realize that it has the ability when you like make an exceptional like attack with it and you hit exceptionally hard that it can steal the life essence of that person and transfer that to you in the form of temporary hit points.
Okay. Oosh.
Was that like on crit?
Yes.
Nice.
So if you roll a 20 on the attack roll, that target will take an extra 10 necrotic damage, and you will gain 10 temporary hit points.
Well, that's one way to make
Nice.
yourself a magic weapon.
Yeah. Guess
Just-
I'm making a magic weapon today after all.
Just smash it until it works.
So- I just inherently know what that is after an hour, so I could tell people what it does now.
Yes. When you attune to an item, you identify.
Okay, so
There's just,
Oh.
there's risks.
right, that was my concern, is I don't know what it's gonna do to me. Okay. Oh, guys, I know what it does now. Look, if I hit really hard, like if I really hit somebody really hard, it will take some of their life and let me have more life. It will like boost my energy, kind of like like more like vitality, or be strong. That's a big word. I'll be stronger for a little bit, but only if I hit really hard with it.
You just have to make sure you hit people really hard then. So
I
does it
think it's
glow and
safe.
stuff now?
It does not glow.
Oh,
It just has those black like wavy marks on the head.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have everything that we need from this boat?
I believe so.
Should we
Yeah.
maybe dispose of the bodies or something?
Yes.
Yeah, if we're gonna try to sell it, we should probably get rid of as much, ghoul guts as we can.
And I think that
I-
um
Go ahead.
Belina, I think that Belina can also clean the whole ship with like her magic thing that cleans all of it instantly.
I can do it too. We can tag team this.
What? You've been able to do that all along too?
Yep.
It's kind of glaring a little.
Well, we should probably just start carrying bodies and tossing them off the side then.
I don't-
And then
well-
let them.
Do we want to touch the bodies? We might get.
Oh, I can do it.
Can we burn the bodies so that it's not in the ocean and getting somebody else?
I mean, the ocean's all the way down there.
I mean, as long as you guys feel comfortable throwing the bodies over the side of the boat, then that is okay. I just feel like maybe we should just burn them or something. Or take some of this wood and create like a floating pyre and just light it and burn all the bodies.
Float on what?
Okay.
Cork. It's air. The air
What?
around us, not water. We're not on the ocean.
I mean, if you throw the bodies over the side of the boat, it's going to hit the water eventually, though.
Like
I-
hitting the ground really hard.
I like the idea of giving them a Viking funeral in the air, so
But
we can do that.
but there's no way we can get a raft to float on nothing.
Use your magical stuff.
Yeah, we're literally in a floating boat. I'm sure we can get something that floats.
Out of sheer curiosity, if you take the core out while we're floating, do we just fall?
There's multiple cores.
Okay.
I think. Sounded good though.
You can always set them on fire and toss them over. That way they burn on the way down.
Can I do a medicine check or something to see if these things are particularly like, diseased?
Yeah. You can do that.
Oh.
Yeah, they're diseased as fuck.
Oh, yeah. We probably should burn them so we don't accidentally, make life a little bit worse down there.
Big guards like just chilling or throwing dead corpses over the side. They're still
Hey,
riddled with.
Not on the island.
Korg, can you test this effect I built for you for life stealing?
Yeah.
Can you just go ahead and click the effect on yourself? That's the heal. What about the effect button?
Okay.
And then go ahead and roll a damage attack. Or just the damage from an attack. Yep, okay. I just need to tweak one thing with it and then. Try it now. Just do it
Attack
again.
I mean the damage.
You have to put the effect back on you.
Oh, okay.
Because it's only for that one roll.
Okay. It killed me.
You've been targeting yourself the whole time.
Yeah, you said to target myself.
Not when you roll your damage.
Oh, well, damn. I thought you said target yourself and then roll the attack damage, so I did.
I said put the effect on yourself.
Okay, the effect.
Just clicking the effect button should be there without you having to target yourself. It should just.
Didn't get any health out of it.
You have to do both of them separate, but.
So I would click effect.
Yeah, click
and
effect.
Then, and not clicking on myself. Pretend I'm
Yeah.
attacking like some.
And then just roll. Yeah. And then it should expire the effect. And then it adds the 10 necrotic. There you go.
But it didn't give me.
And
HP.
then you would click heal to give yourself your 10 HP.
Oh.
Separate from the damage.
Although because I'm dead, I can't get temp HP. It's not applying it, but I can type it. So.
Oh, you know, let me try something. Okay, do it now.
All right, so let's start from the beginning. Attack, and then damage. There it is.
There you go. All right.
Thank you. That's awesome. Look at my health bar. It's large. It's like, it looks like it's broken.
Okay, what are you guys doing?
We're burning the body.
Cleaning the ship.
We're taking all the bodies upstairs. I'm gonna carry them all,
Yeah, I'm
and
not
we're gonna
touching
burn them
any
on
of
the deck.
But can we?
Okay.
I mean,
If we're gonna try to sell the boat, we shouldn't start fires in the middle of it.
that's what I'm thinking. Maybe we should just use that extra like boat that we took to get up here. Put them on that, burn that, and then we can take this boat down and dock it because we're no longer. It's no longer.
Are there any life ropes?
What if someone wants to try and make us pay for that?
Then we
Alright, you know
comes
what?
out of the cost of the boat.
Let's just leave the bodies here. We'll go down. We'll talk to the guards, and we can come back and clean it later.
Okay. We'll go somewhere where they won't see us throwing the bodies over.
Ask them where they want us to dispose of the bodies.
Oh, okay.
Like maybe they have a specific. They're like, oh, we want the bodies to be put in this specific mass grave that we keep hidden behind the tavern. I don't know.
Yeah, the mass grave.
Yeah, I mean you get it.
For sure.
So
Okay.
we're
So
leaving.
you guys pile up onto your skiff and take your way back towards the dock.
Yes.
It's been a while because you guys rested out there a few times. It's been quite a bit of time. You long rested, you slept, you short rested, you short rested. So it's been close to a day has passed. So as you're going across, it's kind of like dawn of the next day at this point in time. You kind of scoot in and you see an array of like 6 or 7 guards kind of fill out on the dock, and they draw their weapons as you start to approach, and they cry out, they're like, halt where you are. You're coming from that plague infested ship.
Yes, we killed all the plague people. There's no more plague. It's all dead.
You need to stand and be inspected prior to being allowed to dock. Should any of you have the plague, you'll have to turn around and go back.
Okay.
And he pulls out like this kind of magic wand, and he points it at each of you, and he chants a little word, and it sparks a little bit, and he goes by each one, bit by bit, by bit by bit. He's like, oh, all clear. All right, you're free to come aboard.
Thank you very much.
So I take it you were successful out there, yeah? It's been a whole day. I thought you for sure you were dead.
There were very many of the zombies on the ship.
He makes this sign to ward off evil, as you mentioned, zombies. Well, it's a right fucking mess, ain't it? Got a zombie infested ship hanging off of the side.
Well, is there like a specific place that you would like us to dispose of the bodies so that they are gone for?
We can take care of that. Yeah. We'll handle it from here.
What do you guys think?
Well, I thought the ship was yours if you cleaned it out.
Yeah, I mean, technically, our friend over here is part of the crew, so it's his ship, right?
I did inherit the
Is
ship.
that true?
Yeah, I was the lead engineer. It's my ship.
Fuck, that must have been a right mess for you to go through. But he kind of, you guys are on the deck by this point. He kind of reaches out and got that tin shell. I don't know if can a robot inherit a ship? And he turns to his buddies, kind of like a side glance thing. That wouldn't you be the property of your owner?
Oh, well, no one owns me, and I assure you that we can own property.
Don't know about that.
Well, if that
Automaton.
is the case, we
pretty much-
would be his new owner, correct?
He
'Cause
doesn't-
we found
He doesn't know that you're not just a regular like clockwork automaton. He thinks that you're like
Oh,
a regular fucking like robot thing. He doesn't understand that you're your own like special warforged.
oh yeah, I guess there's not a whole lot of us. Yeah, I'll just tell him that. Look, I'm not a normal construct. Have a soul. Have fancy, other abilities. I can do stuff. Have a conversation. I'm my own man.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, that didn't work. And I clicked
That
the
was
wrong thing.
that was a double performance. I don't know what you did there.
Okay, so how do I do it with advantage? Oh, I click advantage.
Click the advantage button.
I'm an idiot. Hey.
He looks at you and he's like, well, can't say I ever met no clockwork beast that could speak as well as you. Seen weirder shit. Kind of stuff the Empire turns out lately, messing with souls and the like. You probably on the up and up. So I guess you inherited a plague-infested ship. You want us to burn the plague out for you?
If we gathered the bodies on a skiff, is there somewhere that we can burn them to eradicate it? Because we're trying to recover the vessel itself.
You just dump them over the side, let them plummet down.
That's what I said.
Shit. It probably take 2 weeks before they hit bottom. Be alright, I don't think there's no islands under us right now this time of year. Probably go all the way down to the surface.
But what about the people that live on the surface?
Who gives a shite about those fuckers? If they were worth a shit, they'd be up here with us.
Nina just kind of looks at him with a squinted.
Yeah, you know what? We'll figure out a way to get rid of them. Is there? Can we keep using the skiff for? Or however we
He
were
gets-
getting up and down.
This kind of look in his eyes, like, yeah. Well, you give us if you want to keep using the skiff. That's town property, you know.
Well, we'll rent it, and then I'll flip him like a few gold or.
He catches it and pockets it. He's like, yeah, I'm okay with you using the skiff all you want. I don't know about my boys here though. And he looks around at the other 5 guards.
Oh my God, is he not in charge here?
He's just trying to-
Essentially, he's trying to get money for all of them.
Right.
I'll pull out a whole silver and give it to each one of them and be like, this is for all of your very hard work over here in standing and doing nothing to help clear the ship and then expecting and a big cheesy smile.
There. What? You got a smart mouth on you?
I have actually been told that I am very retarded all the time. Probably not very smart.
This fucker, he speak for the rest of you.
He is the captain.
I mean, that is true.
Make a persuasion check, Corp.
Oh, okay. Because I'm super persuasive. Does my big cheesy grin help at all?
They look at the rest of you guys. Look, we get it. You got it fucking bad. You got him for a fucking captain. But if you want to use the skiff, you're gonna have to pony up a little bit more dough. Yeah, you
Look.
get it?
I'll pull out a couple more gold, and I'm like, you also need to keep in mind that we just cleared out an entire ship full of zombies that you guys wouldn't board. So go have a couple drinks on us. Thanks.
Yeah, and they're happy. That's all they wanted. No, you can use the
I-
skiff all you
I
fucking
gave
want. I
them-
don't care.
I don't know. Did they still want my silver?
They take off and you're out like 6 gold at the most.
So this world is huge. If we throw bodies overboard and they take 2 weeks to hit the ground, that'd end up being like 40,000 miles.
I mean,
Stop doing the math,
If-
Mark.
if you think that the local town guard of a backwaters pirate hideout has the education necessary to actually understand the exact amount of time it would take for the body to hit the ground,
I'm not.
you
but
can
it was funny.
have that assumption.
Subreddit, they did the math.
It was,
This is to like 2 hours.
it was funny.
Yes. I don't really feel comfortable just throwing the bodies over because somebody's going to get infected by those things. We need to burn them so that nobody else gets infected. Look, I am not a good guy, but I'm not a bad.
I agree with that.
I might be a bad guy, but that doesn't mean that I'm a bad guy.
So we take the boat, clean it up,
No
burn the
stowaway.
bodies.
What's this area look like around us? Is there an open area?
You're kind of on the fringes of the dock area, and it starts to open up into the actual like kind of warrens and town proper. You have to remember you're in the sub of the island. Most of the town is actually inside like these caves and
So,
open
the
areas.
island is clear,
So-
right? It's not just a big flat.
Oh yeah, the top of the
Yes,
island
the
is
top
just
of the
like
island.
a wasteland. There's nothing on it.
Perfect. We'll take the bodies up there and burn them on top of the island.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
So you guys take your skiff back out to load up the bodies on it, and then
Burnify them.
it's gonna take several runs because you know you killed 15, about 26, 27 zombies, and the skiff can hold like the 6 of you.
Well, like, so take me to the top, and I'll start digging like the hole or trench that we can put the bodies in and start burning. While, because basically, Johnny's the only one who can carry the bodies, so I'll start
I
digging
can-
while he carries bodies to.
Belina and I can like refine, clean the ship too.
Yeah, so they go to the ship, but I'm gonna go up on top and start digging like a good sized hole to get these guys.
Can we-
Okay, so it takes time. Say it takes most of the day for you guys to successfully load the bodies, take them up to the hole, dig the hole, load the bodies, take them up to the hole, clean the ship. It's a large vessel, so it's going to take you like the full day. It's getting late into evening by the time you guys finally set fire to these corpses and burn them on the surface of the island.
Okay.
And then bury them
Oh, yeah, you have to
after the ashes.
They gotta be buried.
And then you bury them too.
Just for good measure. And then does anybody have holy water?
Yes.
If you put a hole into water, wouldn't it leak out?
Look, leave the stupidity to the stupid. We already have enough idiots on the team in one. I don't
Okay, you
know.
guys burn all the bodies. And what do you guys decide to do?
Go back for the alcohol and go throw a party. Drinks on us. I don't know. Rest because it's late.
Yep.
Long rest, and then the next day start marketing the ship that we just.
Maybe like dock it.
Actually, guys, don't we already owe Jack a ship anyway? So why don't we tell her she can have?
Wait, who are we giving my ship to?
We owe Jack a ship.
Yeah, we owe her the ship from earlier. Remember, she always said that we owed her a ship because we blew up one or something, or damaged one beyond use.
That was before my time.
So what are you guys doing?
Well, if it's the next morning and we're like,
Well, it's still the evening because you guys
okay,
haven't.
okay.
I don't know where you guys are going to rest. Are you gonna go find a random inn? You gonna tell Johnny who Left Hand Jack is and who you work
Let's-
for? Are you gonna
let's-
talk to Left Hand Jack? Or are you gonna just chill out for the next 2 weeks?
I think at very least we should head back to the tavern and grab drinks and do a long rest. But if we get back to the tavern, we can talk about get everybody.
Okay, so you guys head back to the tavern.
Does anybody know where Left Hand Jack?
Probably in her house that you visited earlier
The one,
today.
the one she wouldn't let us leave.
Let's make sure that she knows that the we have our mechanic as well.
I guess we could go talk to those other crew members and tell them their ship is purged.
The only other, so you guys head when you head back to the tavern, Johnny. Yeah, most of your guys' crew members are in the tavern here. Johnny, you recognize one old man by the name of Sam. He was the crew's medic upon the vessel. He's kind of hacking and wheezing a little bit. He's got a young boy by his side, no older than 14 probably, and they're hanging out with these other like crew people. And when Sam sees you, his eyes kind of like light up a little bit, and he's like, Johnny, those fucking bastards didn't get you after all.
No, I ended up getting saved by these guys. You don't seem like you're doing so hot, though.
Fucking. Yeah, the plague got the best of me. Scarring in the lungs. I know you gave me that heal right on the way when I was running for the ship. But it was too late. I think his whole body couldn't keep up. Damage was done. It's alright, I got my boy a job with these people here. Said they took up with Left Hand Jack. But you know, Left Hand Jack's kind of infamous as she's kind of a well-known pirate captain. She has several pirates that serve underneath her. She often leads raids against Empire people. This like she's kind of known as this crazy like Wild West type captain. Like she takes risks others wouldn't take. She kind of some people say that she's a little off her hinges and stuff. Her favorite form of punishment when people do her wrong is to chop off her crew members' left hands, which is how she got the name Left Hand Jack in the first place. They're just a little on the wild side.
And he just said that his son's gonna go work for her?
He's gonna work for these people who work for her. Yeah.
I tell him, well, if you want me to keep an eye on him, he could come with us, because we're standing up a crew as well.
No,
we are a crew for Left
Or
Hand
is it
Jack.
all the same people?
We are them.
Yeah, see, we
okay.
hired him as our like onboard medic.
Oh. So we still, that sucks.
And they work for Left Hand Jack.
Now
You
it
work
makes sense.
for Left Hand Jack, pretty much.
Eh,
If you stick with them.
okay. Can we? No, I mean, is this guy like if we hit him with like a lesser restoration or something? Would that help?
I asked earlier.
No.
Not so much gonna work.
He's pretty much old age has caught up to him, and the ravages of the plague and other things have just taken their toll, and his body's just can't recover.
Okay.
It's just
well,
too old.
I just assure him that we'll keep an eye on his boy then.
That's all. That's all I ever asked. This fine rabbit lady said she'd let me go out with y'all. Die aboard the vessel. Get a nice burial in the sky. It's the last true act.
While they're talking, I'm gonna run and grab Jack and let her know.
You go off to Jack's house while they're chilling in the tavern. Okay, does anyone else go with Korg?
I'll go.
I'm going.
Okay, so the three of you go off to Jack's house. You knock on the door, and you know you're Goliath friend kind of opens it. He sees you, he's like, he stands aside to let you go in. And Jack's sitting behind the table. She's working through some papers and some various other things. She looks up and her eyes kind of light. She's like, "It's about fucking time you got here. You're supposed to find some fucking crew. You've been gone for a whole fucking day."
Well, you see, what happened was we got some crew, but we also needed a mechanic. But there was only one mechanic, apparently, and he was on
They're in
a zombie
plague
ship. Yeah.
You fuckers went on the Black Squall.
Oh, but we cleared it, and it's all clear now, and it was his ship. So now we have two ships.
She kind of eyes you speculatively. You got two fucking ships.
Well, we have the one that you and I found, and then we have the one that he has. So now we have two ships.
She gets this look in her eye that you can't quite place, but then she kind of smiles a little. She's like, "Speaking of the ship you and I got," she pulls out a piece of vellum parchment and she places it down on the table. She's like, "Cord, I need you to look over this and sign it."
Sure, I can look over it and sign it. Yep, that's definitely paper with writing.
I'm gonna go ahead and actually read it for him.
So you see a fine sheet of vellum lays on the table before you with words scrawled in black ink, laying out the terms of the agreement for joining Left Hand Jack's fleet. So you guys should be able to read this. If it didn't pop up, let me know. But so essentially the first one is that you agree that you are entering this willingly, that you shall assume the station of captain and commander of the vessel known as the Amethyst Sky, and that you shall fall under the purview of Left Hand Jack, known as the fleet captain going forward, that you agree that to serve at their pleasure, that 10% of all earnings that you find will go to the fleet captain, that she can help you outfit vessel crew protection and finding contracts in exchange for that, that you can fly her colors when sailing, and that you agree to certain rules of engagement, standards of proprietary or propriety when sailing the vessel, and that should whoever signs on as captain die, they shall immediately make contact with Left Hand Jack in order to determine who should take over the vessel upon your death.
So Korg can't read, but Zach Harold, he wants to point out that the accepted punishment for such actions stated in Section 5 is death to be carried out immediately. So Korg doesn't know that, but I thought I should point that out to you guys. Okay, so I don't know how to sign the document. Can I take like a little cut on my hand and put blood on it and call it good?
However you want to do it, Korg. You just put your mark on that line right there.
Okay.
As long as you agree to everything that's within the stated contract and terms.
I agree to the stated concept of the terms. Darkstorm, can I borrow your dagger for him?
Of course. Here.
A quick slit and a slap later, and my handprint with some blood on it is on the...
Make a wisdom saving throw. As you affix your mark on the line, This strange circular symbol with twisting runic characters scrawled off to the right flares and activates. It glows with the light, and you find yourself affected by a spell known as Geese that makes you pretty much, by agreeing to this contract, you're kind of magically held to follow the rules. Should you fail to follow these rules, you'll take 5d10 psychic damage each time you directly contradict the terms of this agreement.
So does this have to be knowing? Or am I just like walking around going, oh, my head hurts so much. What is happening?
You understand, like, kind of if you're going to go against the rules of the contract, like, but you can still like purposefully go against it if you want to.
Okay, so if I go to do something that is against the contract, I will know. I'll have enough wisdom to be like, oh, that I'm not supposed to do that, even though I might not.
Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. Does everybody else have to sign this, or just me?
You're the captain. That's what it says. The person who signs this becomes the captain of the Amethyst Sky. And she takes the parchment and she rolls it up and she kind of files it away. She's like, welcome to the team, Korg.
I think you said that we had to fly your colors. Is the ship already outfitted with a flag?
Well, she reaches down and she pulls out a parchment, or a wrapped bundle, wrapped in like parchment paper, and she hands it over to you. And she's like, inside you'll find a flag to fly for the colors of the fleet, as well as a 1/2 of this. And she raises up like a small stone. She's like, this is a sending stone, Korg. You can use it to communicate with me whenever you need to from anywhere upon this plane of existence.
Perfect. And then I just pass along all the information to you. That works for me. But maybe Johannan, maybe you should hold on to the stone for safekeeping.
I can do that.
And then we can send her this stone whenever we want to talk to her.
That's not quite how it works, but yes.
Okay, well then, if you know how it works, then you should definitely be in charge of it.
I am taking possession of the stone.
Alright, so while you have the stone, when you're touching it, you can use an action to cast the sending spell from it. The target is automatically the bearer of the other stone. You can only use it once per day. It'll recharge at dawn the next day. So the one limitation with sending is that you send a message that has to be 25 words or less for each message that you.
Okay, we can do that.
And from previous campaigns, do not forget to send your employer's information through your send. We will try not to forget this time.
Maybe if you're working as the spy for a certain kingdom and you're an agent of them, you shouldn't go 6 or 7 months without talking to them and then be like, oh, hey, by the way, we need your help right now. The first time you talk to them. I put the sending stones in your inventory, Johannan. So you should see it.
We will. Is there something particular that we should do with? I believe the ship still technically belongs to the engineer. His name is Johnny, so I don't think that it's our ship. But is there something you wanted us to do with this ship if we come into possession of it?
If it becomes your ship, you can do what you want with it. I was simply asked, since you serve within my fleet, whoever captains that ship in the future, since you rightfully cleared it, would come in and agree to be a member of the fleet as well, to serve under me. While we're a collection of pirates, we're very autonomous. You can do what you want as long as you stick within the articles that are laid out. But other than
Okay.
that, we're very individual.
And if we choose to sell it, according to the articles, we would give you 10% of what we sell it for, or because it was prior to the Captain Cork signing, is that not the case?
She looks at you. she's like, Last I fucking checked, you were already working for me. Just because you hadn't signed an agreement didn't mean that you weren't working for me. Isn't that right, Johannan?
True, but it never hurts to ask.
Hey, if you sell the fucking ship, I expect to get 10% of the profit.
That
I think that's more
only
than fair.
sounds fair.
I'm the one that fucking brought you here in the first place. If it wasn't for me, you and your buddies would be dead in fucking Duskfall.
You had other buddies, Johannan?
Talking to you, Korg. You
Oh.
and the bird and the cat. Fucking robbing people in bright daylight, murdering city watch captains, killing people. Had to pull a lot of strings to get you guys out of there without being murdered, executed.
I'll bet you had to make a lot of deals too.
That's what I fucking do.
Well,
You find a fucking crew for the ship?
we do have an entire crew and we're ready to go. Well, maybe almost ready to go. We have the crew.
Give me 2 weeks. I'll try to drum up some work for you guys. Other than that, you're free to do whatever the fuck you want. We'll work on getting the ship outfitted, get it repainted, get the name put on it, and square you away.
Perfect.
Other than
Okay.
that, the city's fucking yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm gonna split. Head back to the bar and let everybody know what's going on.
I'm taking everybody goes with you.
That's the plan.
Alright, so you guys head back to the tavern. And the rest of you are still there. What were you guys
Just bullshitting.
Yeah.
Alright, then you guys see Korg come back in.
I'll just walk over to them and give them the, TLDR version. We signed a contract. The Amethyst Sky, it belongs to us now. I had to sign it. It says that I'm the captain of the ship, and there are rules and stuff on it. Johannan knows how to read, so maybe ask her what all of the rules are and stuff. But we have about maybe 2 weeks before Jack gets us some jobs to go earn some money. In the meantime, we are allowed to hang out and do whatever we want to do. Probably try to stay out of trouble, though.
I would also recommend that we start working together with our new crewmates to make sure that we can function smoothly when we're out. So we should probably take some short journeys as a crew to make sure that everybody can work together cohesively.
Like bonding.
Not bonding, working together.
Okay, we should probably sell the plague boat too. But let's not call it that when we try to sell it.
Let's give it a new name. Everyone knows the Black Squall is a plague boat.
It's a good idea.
Rename it, give it a paint job, and then sell it when somebody new comes to.
Or we could take it somewhere.
If another thing is if we do decide to sell the boat, 10% of the money needs to go back to Jack.
So, but I didn't work for Jack before, right?
No, but if you decide to join my crew now, even in possession of the ship, 10% of our earnings as a crew go back to her, which means that if you sell the ship, it will belong to you, but 10% will go back.
Yeah, whatever, that's fine.
Well, by the way, what do we have to do to get Johnny his health back up to max?
I was about to ask that too.
Long rest.
Okay, so we did the long. Okay, there.
There we go.
So now we have what is effectively 2 weeks ish to kind of hang out, do stuffs around the town, and then maybe we get some contracts and we can go do some work. But it's kind of already late. We should probably go to sleep and start tomorrow. You guys can do whatever you want. I am going to go to sleep.
Your idea is actually soundcore.
What?
It was a good idea.
Oh, okay.
So you guys rest up, and then so at this point we'll do, if you guys spend 2 weeks in downtime activity essentially. So you guys figure out what you want to do for the downtime. Obviously, one of them is you're gonna try to fix up the ship, rename it, and try to find a buyer to sell it. And then another one, I'm guessing you guys are gonna spend some time to, get accustomed to sailing with your new crew and stuff like that. Are there any other kind of downtime activities that you want to do? And who is taking lead on trying to sell the ship?
I will go nowhere near selling that ship.
Yeah.
That is not.
I will have good persuasion.
I say we give it to Belinda to sell. Belina
I
to
like it.
sell.
Look,
Yeah.
I only have one
Please.
She can even do her like sexy thing to try and get more money out.
I mean, I could use enhance ability and give myself advantage on it too.
Hey, who is it that had the buff of +4 that a bunch of us had in that fight? Who was that? It was Bless.
Drazar had blessed.
Maybe
It
Drazar
doesn't
should go with
work on
you.
checks.
Oh, never mind then.
It's only saves and attack rolls.
Okay.
You need guidance for ability checks.
Which I do not have.
So how are you guys going about trying to sell the ship?
Well, we clean it, we give it a new paint job, we put a new name on it, and then we put it in dock and go to Lieutenant Jack and ask who would be a good point of contact for selling it.
That's not a bad idea because she's making money off the sale anyway, so getting us a better price is in her best interest.
All right. So to streamline, because we're getting kind of near the end of the session, right? Or we'll assume left-hand Jack kind of gives you a few buyers here and there. And what I want you to do is whoever is attempting to sell the ship, the primary person, go ahead and make a persuasion check first. We'll just assume you give yourself advantage on it without spending spell points. Because it's 2 weeks, so you're going to recover all your spell slots anyways, because it's all downtime.
Okay.
Is that
You
with
can-
advantage?
You can roll one more because you forgot to hit advantage. For some reason, it didn't apply that effect to you. It just Okay, so 26.
26.
I want you to roll a percentile die, and you're gonna add 26 to that roll. So type in 26 on your modifier, and then roll a percentile. To roll a percentile, pick up the D10, or right-click on the D10, and you'll see a percent symbol there. And
You said type plus 26?
yeah, type plus 26 in your modifier, and then right-click on the D10 and select percent and roll that.
It's not letting me type anything. Hang on.
You can also use your mouse wheel to scroll up on the modifier box until you get to 26 as well.
The modifier box down in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not changing.
You tried scrolling up?
You roll a 99?
Damn. That's awesome.
Wow.
Ouch.
What an
There
echo.
are no words.
Okay, so to give you guys an idea, I was modifying the rules of selling magic items for trying to sell a boat. So you guys are filthy stinky rich, essentially. You kind of wander around and you're trying to look for somebody who's willing to kind of buy this ship. Jack gives you a few names, and you manage to find a guy he's looking for a ship, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna buy this. No questions asked. He offers you 45,000 gold pieces for this ship.
Looks like that
Yay.
fort isn't so far out of the way now, is it?
Oh, sh-
Send the bunny to sell stuff in the future.
Hold on.
Good
So,
lord.
things first, take 4,500 of that and give it to Jack.
Yep.
And I think because it was Johnny's, he should at least get a good chunk, if not, most of it, just out of being sure.
Realistically, I probably would have died if you guys wouldn't have saved me, so we can just split it.
You're the captain.
So this
Okay.
is going to be paid to you in platinum. So it'll be 4,500 platinum pieces. If I did my math right.
Wow.
And that's going to be split up among 5 giant chests.
We gotta do what pirates do, right? We go bury it.
Please, can we pretty please get our DM to give us the description of Jack's face when we hand her her 10%?
Can I just retire now? I don't need to go adventure anymore. I'm rich. I'm just retire. Oh.
It's the
God.
problem with massive wealth.
Yeah. It is.
Banking system here.
So Jack, when you hand her 450 platinum pieces, her eyes kind of glitter, and she lets out like this uncharacteristic like joyful, like, what the hell? And she's like, you fucking, how much did you fucking get for that shit?
Well, that's 10%.
You sold a plague infested, fucking ripped apart ship for this much money.
Yeah, I talked to the person and they liked it very much. They wanted to buy it.
So this is if you have hard to move goods, where your people.
It's a little strange he was willing to pay. That's odd.
Well, we painted the ship, we cleaned the ship, we renamed the ship, we sold it under a different name.
Still. I wonder what he's planning. He needs a galley this badly. And she kind of muses that over a little bit.
You can always go capture it again.
He goes back
Enough
to
of that.
Celestine.
That's a worry for another time. We'll figure out what. But I've got, you know, it's been a couple weeks now, and I got a couple leads on you. I'm not sure what kind of work you guys might be interested in, but I've ferreted out 3 rumors that I think you might be interested in.
Go on.
Oh my god, it's a choose your own
I'm
adventure.
opening them. Now, naturally, I brought you fuckers on board because I wanted your help trying to deal with these fucking cultists and this rot that seems to infest the Empire from its very core. And she kind of pulls out this aged parchment. She places it on the table. Like, it took me a while to fucking find this. This map seems to depict an ancient, forgotten temple lost down on the surface oceans. I wouldn't fucking give 2 thoughts about it, but it's got this strange mark in this upper corner, and she kind of points to it. And it's this symbol, and 2 of the strange symbols that you've seen before that you've collected off these cultist bodies are in there, along with 2 other ones in a sort of pyramid type trapezoidal shape. Like, whatever's in this fucking temple might have something to do with what we're facing. This rot in this Empire core.
Does Johnny know anything about these symbols? Sorry, I'm just asking because
Make
that's
a investigation check with advantage. Or let's see, what, maybe not investigation, let me see. Let me look over some of your traits here.
Then my traits are terrible.
You got this historical knowledge thing.
History?
Mm,
No.
yeah, you can make a history. That would be better than investigation.
With or without the advantage.
Still, you can have advantage on this.
Oh, I did it wrong, but I rolled a 19. So it would be like a
You-
21.
Why is there a plus 27?
Were you playing with adding a plus 26 earlier?
Oh yeah, I was doing all sorts of stuff.
Okay, so like it's a 20, so 19 plus 1. So this symbol, like you've seen it etched in some of the ancient manuscripts that you've studied in the past, and you know that it has like this linking kind of like the age-old creation myth of the primordials that once formed this world. It's when the symbols are combined together, it forms like this sect of primordial worshippers from ancient times.
I'm trying to decide if I should withhold this knowledge or not.
Well, you can think about that, and then we'll progress on a bit. But like I fucking said when Cork signed the contract, you're individuals, and I want your fucking help. I really do, but I understand if you don't want to tassel with the fucking Empire like I do. So I dug up a couple other things that I thought you might be interested in. Got an easy mark going forward. Heard there's a merchant vessel laden with cargo heading out from Arkenvale sometime within the next 2 weeks. Rumor has it they're sending some magical goods over to an Empire garrison. They probably hired on a couple protector ships to keep it safe, but if you guys clear a fucking plague ship, probably not that big a deal for you. It'd probably be okay for you guys to take it. And lastly, I did a little digging into your situation, Drazar. There's a prison isle controlled by the Empire close to Arkenvale territory, a couple weeks journey from here. I got a source that says about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, they brought in this strange bird. Kept saying he didn't do nothing wrong. All he was a notary, just signing documents for people. It sounded a little bit like something you might be interested in.
Yes? That's what I do.
I fucking know. That's why I thought you'd like it. Didn't you say your father went missing a bit ago? The Empire caught him?
Yeah, he was signing documents for people, and they took him away.
Well, that's what I fucking dug up for you guys.
I'm excited. I get to
It's
meet
up to
another
you on
bird.
what you choose to do.
I haven't met a new bird person since I left the island.
Um,
So dumb.
it sounds a little bit like the last one is important to Drazar. And also the second one sounds like it would be right where we should probably start with our first real heist as a team. So what do you guys think?
It would be pretty good if we got the practicing down, and I'd like to meet whoever they have captured. It could even be my dad.
We
down
definitely
for
should
bullshit.
look into the bird.
I'm super interested in those symbols, but I don't want to talk about it yet.
Then let's maybe get the bird person who was doing the foraging. They might actually be very helpful if we save them and bring them back here for like future jobs.
Yeah, they could do a lot of foraging for us.
And then it also could possibly be your father, and then it's like 2 people winning at the same time. I forget what the saying was.
Two people winning at the same time.
Yeah, like
Birds
one
with
person
one
wins
sound.
and one person wins.
It's also a pun, sort of.
Let's start with the bird. We'll go try to recover or rescue this bird. And you said that the other vessel might not be leaving for about 2 weeks. So maybe we can do that, get back, and still have time to catch that magical item.
Or at least get more information on it to determine if it is a good target for our young group, our group. So let's start with the bird, and then we can do some additional. Well, we should still have time to do some additional research into the magical vessel so that we know what we would be getting into there. We
Okay.
should definitely consider that symbol one, though, because that's an issue. But
What if-
let's take them one at a time.
Whatever you say, Captain.
Let's start, like we said, let's start there and then work our way through the other jobs. Let's start with finding this bird person.
The bird it is, Captain.
Before we leave, I'd like to put some of the money that we just got into trying to buy some form of like a hideout or a something for us to come back to.
A tree house.
We
How
could
much did
buy-
each of us get individually, or are we just pooling?
675 platinum pieces each after Jack's cut.
We don't need
So
any more money.
6,750 gold is the equivalent.
Nice.
because
Pay the crew.
They haven't
we-
done anything yet.
When
The
we're-
crew needs to be paid every 30 days. Just so you know.
And what's the price right now for crew members? I'm sure this is probably posted somewhere. I just haven't seen it yet.
It's 2 silver a day for your unhired people. Your 2 skilled hiring, Jason Kira, were 2 gold a day. Or no, 5 gold a day for them. And your medic agreed to go on cheap, but the skilled people, he wanted 2.5% of all earnings, but he wasn't part of your crew yet at this point in time. So
Wait, so we're giving away 2.5% to one skilled person, plus they want 5 gold pieces?
You negotiated this.
yeah,
No, I didn't.
he wanted to be paid a fair wage and a percentage of everything that you earn. It's standard for pirate rates to get a share of the loot.
Yeah, I didn't negotiate with anybody because I was out getting the ship while you guys found crew members.
Belina
I
negotiated
want to say
this one.
Belina was the one who did negotiating, and Liam is the medic at 4 gold pieces a day and 2.5% of loot.
Yep. He's the only one that gets a percent of loot. Nobody else negotiated percentages.
Okay. So medic gets 4 gold pieces a day plus 2.5% of loot earned. We have 2 people that are getting 5 gold pieces a day, and then another one, the rest of the 5 people or 4 people. There's 4,
4.
and they're getting. You said how many silver per day?
2 silver a day.
We have 2 at 2 gold a day, 4 at 2 silver a day, 1 at 4 gold.
So we're
Okay,
looking
then
at
that's
what
right,
is
yeah.
what is effectively 14, almost 15 gold pieces per day for our crew. And then any
To
loot
be
earned
paid out
is
every 30 days.
to be paid out every 30 days.
now, is this under the assumption that we are sailing for 30 days, or is this what they make per month? Period.
This is what they make per month as long as you have them hired on.
So that's 45 platinum pieces per month to have this.
Yeah, it would be.
Running a ship's not
be-
cheap.
Yeah, it would be 450 gold. However, we do only have to split the loot with one member, so
Yeah.
with one of the crewmates. So we're actually getting a pretty decent deal if you look at what the normal is.
Yeah, it'd be 45 platinum pieces per month, and then we take what is 12.5% of our loot and give it to Jack and our medic, and then we get to split what's left.
Actually, with the way it was discussed with Liam, we could do Jack's 10%, and then take the 2.5 off of what's left.
Okay, yeah, that,
That is
sounds about
true.
right. That sounds about right. Yeah, I like that.
Korg, were you gonna
Pay
sell
your
those
over,
items?
you pay your overhead before you pay your people.
Yep, that's true. What was that?
You gonna sell those items?
Yes. Yep, the items that we hawked. Yeah, or that I want to hawk. Yeah. That was a silver. See, silver. I don't know how to say that. Ewer. I don't know. Whatever. This.
Do we have any cannons?
You do not at this point in time.
We should maybe invest to get a cannon on each side of the ship or something.
At least one on each if we're even considering doing air-to-air combat.
And that, yeah, we should definitely beef up the ship a little. We have
Those
five
items, once you sell them all, come out to 575 gold. You're able to sell.
Okay, and then split that between the group. So, let's beef up our ship. Put some. We got the items, the core from the other ship to make it a little bit faster. Let's beef up the ship a little bit for some extra speed. Add some cannons for some extra offense, and then as soon as that's all finished, let's move on to that first mission of recovering the bird person. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Sure.
Right.
Works for me.
Were there any other downtime activities that anybody wanted to roll for before we end the session for the night?
I actually thought carousing would be a little bit fun.
I want to set up a lemonade stand like notary document shop.
Okay.
I'll be-
So, for Korg, roll your D100. You gambled a bit while you were running around, and you pretty much live for free for these few days. It
Sweet.
didn't cost you any money to pay for like your tavern and your room and board and stuff.
Awesome.
Oh, since we have downtime activities, subtract your lifestyle expenses from your total for 14 days. So if you live like whatever you set for your lifestyle, like if you live modest, I think it's 1 or 2 gold a day. So except Korg.
And Belina.
Belina lives for free.
the,
Gazar.
the pirate.
And for those of us who just plan on taking advantage of the fact that we have a bunk and don't need tavern space at night, but just need
Half your lifestyle expenses.
thank you, because I'm cheap. Besides, the sooner I get a bunk, the better positioning I get.
So
Roll a
for
D
those of
percentile,
us-
Trezar.
I may live free, but I'm not cheap.
Are you about to say those of us that don't need to eat food and also have a place to stay?
Yeah, and maybe that wanted to sell their engineering services and they're down.
Roll a percentile. Jazar.
Yeah.
Your business does relatively well as you're signing some contracts. You do catch the attention of a couple of the city guards, but it turns out in your favor because they just want to have a couple documents signed as well.
Sweet.
You rake in about 15 gold from your Johnny, you sell your time out and around. Working as a engineer. You also make about 15 gold. Not much. Not a lot of people looking for engineering work, but you know, you make some money. You get a little bit of experience. You get to work with a couple different types of Magitech engines that you worked on the Black Squall, which you file away for, you know, possible modifications for the Amethyst Skies engine going forward to try and make it run a little bit smoother. You see the way people hook things up a little better. They're like, oh man, I never thought about like putting the drive shaft this way and fueling it from Aether energy with this like connection type 4 kind of deal. So you don't make a lot of money, but you do get some decent experience. It's like an internship.
I hate to be party pooper, but I've got a headache and I really need to go to bed.
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
He says he has a headache and he wants to go to bed.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up right now. So that's that'll be the end of tonight's session. And then we will pick up next time on we'll do ship modifications and stuff like that. We can talk about it in Discord about the kind of stuff you want to buy, what it's going to cost, and who's paying for what out of whose pocket kind of deal.
Okay. I do have one question. Would it be possible to also do what is, I guess, effectively community service, but gain some renown by going around and doing things for some of the locals?
Between your carousing and gambling and trying to sell the ship and all your running around with the Amethyst Sky trying to get the crew in shape, practicing maneuvers and stuff like that, I don't really have enough time to try to work all those things out. Well, I hope everybody had fun tonight.
Yeah.
And as always, there's things I can do better or things you don't like. I take constructive criticism well, so let me know. I didn't expect the combat to take the 3 hours it did, but